concerns bodies. Floppy bone bags that produce sweat, jizz and puke in equal amounts. At least, that's the way I do it. Specifically, we're going to talk about people with disabilities, which might make some apprehensive, because let's be honest, the needs of disabled people haven't always been met during TV broadcasts, like in this police press conference.
We will be charging 4 counts of first-degree murder.
Standing off to the side, apparently translating every word, this woman. But it turns out much of what she was signing was nonsense. She waved her arms around like she was singing Jingle Bells, says one outraged sign language expert. Tampa Police Public Information Officer Steve Hegarty told me the woman simply showed up out of the blue and offered her services.
My immediate reaction was, I didn't call for a sign language interpreter, but that's great that we have one here. I let her in.
Did this woman appear to know what she was doing?
To the untrained eye, and that would include mine, I didn't see any problems.
Okay, I get that you may be untrained in sign language, but you should be trained in identity verification because you are, and this is true, the fucking police department. And you didn't find it weird that she just showed up? Those are the gestures of a drunk aunt trying to get your attention across the Thanksgiving dinner table. Be better. Specifically, our story concerns disability benefits, financial support programs managed by the Social Security Administration. It is one of the core functions of that agency. It once tried to get across in the weirdest possible way.
There are 4 times when it's important to have this small card. If you're severely disabled, Social Security is there to help. When someone you depend on dies, Social Security helps keep things going. When you retire, Social Security helps you enjoy the things you work for. And there's Medicare for hospital and medical bills. Find out about your lifetime protection. Call us.
Hey, what the fuck? Of all the ways they could have communicated you're disabled and your loved one is dead, mine is hands down the worst. I honestly haven't seen such inappropriate gestures since exactly 70 seconds ago. Also, for what it's worth, I fucking hate mimes. I don't respect their art. They are failed actors, dancers and clowns all rolled into one, a hat-trick of parental disappointment, and there is simply no place for them in polite society. But the point here is, over 15 million people currently rely on disability benefits to provide for basic needs like food, shelter and medical care through a pair of programs called SSI and SSDI. Very basically, SSI stands for Supplemental Security Income. It's need-based and intended for people who are elderly or disabled with little to no income or assets, while SSDI stands for Social Security Disability Insurance. It's for people who've contributed to Social Security through payroll taxes but find themselves unable to work substantially due to a disability. And if you qualify for either, you also qualify for Medicare or Medicaid. So these programs are the key safety net for many of those with disability in this country. Unfortunately, as anyone who's tried to apply for them will tell you, the application process is an absolute nightmare, far too often resulting in situations like this.
And I have dragged my butt in and out of Social Security offices. I have begged, I have cried, I have pleaded. I am disabled, I am disabled, I am disabled. My doctor has sent letters. You don't qualify. We're not able to survive. I have sold everything that I own of any value with the exception of my wedding ring.
That is awful. And the fact is, most disabled people who apply for disability benefits do get denied. It's one of those things that doesn't make sense, but is actually true. Like how most truffle oil isn't made with truffles, or that the oldest person alive technically never dies, or the fact that Tim Waltz is younger than Weird Al. Inside you, there are 2 wolves. But that man is not alone. A GAO report found that between 2014 and 2019, about 48,000 individuals filed for bankruptcy while awaiting a final decision about their disability appeals. And that is just the beginning of the problems here. Because these benefits can be hard to get, easy to lose, and for reasons that we'll get into, can turn your life upside down. So tonight, let's talk about disability benefits. Let's start with how you get approved. Assuming your income falls below a certain threshold, the 2 key questions to determine if you qualify are you disabled? And for adults at least, does your disability prevent you from working enough to support yourself? Which feels reasonable. The problem is how the agency chooses to answer those questions. Because the answer to are you disabled isn't always, as you might expect, based on the opinion of your own doctor. The agency starts their determinations by consulting a list of conditions and illnesses that have a narrow set of criteria that must be met. And doctors who've had patients go through this system will tell you they've seen people with serious conditions fail to qualify.
You've had patients with severe epilepsy.
Yes.
Who have been turned down for benefits. Patients with
Multiple sclerosis.
MS turned down for benefits.
Yes.
Patients with severe neurological disabilities
Some dementia patients.
turned down.
Yes,
So it's very tricky.
it is. It depends on the review by somebody who's never examined the patient before.
That is ridiculous. And no offense to that interviewer, but the correct response to "my dementia patients have been turned down for benefits" isn't "so it's very tricky." It's "holy shit, we live in hell." It's very tricky. It's something you say after seeing a Rubik's Cube for the first time, or when your parents ask you to explain what the whole J.D. Vance couch thing is. But I want to focus on the last thing Dr. Bob Balaban said there, that an application can be denied over the advice of your own doctor on the recommendation of someone who's never met you but just reviewed your records, because he's actually right there. The approval system varies from state to state, but some in particular leave a lot to be desired. A 2019 investigation in Tennessee found that doctors there contracted to review applications were paid a flat rate per case, meaning the faster they worked, the more money they made. One doctor earned $420,000 in a year by reviewing over 9,000 applications, so he averaged a case every 12 minutes, which is just way too short. There are lots of things you can do in 12 minutes. Make breakfast, read a chapter of a book, watch the entirety of Kendall Jenner's Guide to Spring French Girl Makeup. You'll never believe the way she gua shas her brows. But reviewing potentially thousands of pages of a medical history just isn't one of them. And even when the agency pays a doctor to meet with an applicant in person, they can still be less than thorough, as this mother found out.
4-year-old Valkyrie Cass has cerebral palsy. Her doctors encouraged her mom to apply for supplemental security income to help pay for Valkyrie's care.
The medical bills are astronomical, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
But the Social Security Administration has repeatedly denied Valkyrie's SSI application based on this medical exam conducted by a doctor hired by Social Security. The doctor said Valkyrie's overall gait is perfectly normal, even though you can clearly see a severe limp.
Patty cake, patty cake.
The doctor's exam claimed her left hand is normal and full strength, but medical reports from Valkyrie's doctor say the exact opposite. And the government doctor reported Valkyrie displayed unimpaired reading and writing, even though her mom says those were not even tested during the exam.
Everything was wrong.
That is absurd. The only way that report could have been any more wrong is if it had gone on to describe the plot of Stuart Little. Valkyrie is a precocious mouse that's been adopted by Gina Davis and Hugh Laurie, but this has no bearing on her reading and writing. Benefits denied. And on top of that, the agency's criteria for a disability can be wildly out of step with modern medical practice. Take kids with sickle cell disease. According to the agency standards, a key criterion for eligibility is for kids to show they're anemic, a determination made by testing how much hemoglobin is in their blood. The problem is, modern medications are aimed at raising hemoglobin levels. It doesn't mean you don't have sickle cell or that it doesn't impact your life. It's just you're not necessarily anemic. But Social Security still looks for severe anemia when deciding eligibility, with one doctor saying kids are almost getting punished for having the modern medical treatment, which is awful. Medical treatment should not feel like a punishment. Something, by the way, that should probably be pointed out to whoever the fuck invented the mammogram machine, because it's 2 plastic binder covers smashing your boob and holding it there in timeout. Let me be clear, mammograms are important and you should absolutely get them regularly, but let's not all act like they don't feel like the titty gallows. So, to recap, your records can be reviewed by someone who's never met you. You can be briefly examined by someone with no expertise in your particular condition, and they can use outdated data to determine whether or not you get critical benefits. And sadly, the process is no less flawed for answering the other key question, whether your disability prevents you from working enough to support yourself. Because part of the way the agency answers that is by consulting a job list called the Dictionary of Occupational Titles. In order to deny someone benefits, the agency must cite 3 jobs from that list that meet the person's abilities. But the vast majority of those jobs were last updated in 1977. And in the last few years, people have been denied benefits because the agency said they could find jobs on that list, including nut sorter, dowel inspector, egg processor, and magnetic tape winder. Which would be easy jobs to find if you lived in 1977 or the busy world of Richard Scarry. But it's a ridiculous list for the modern day. Also, and this isn't strictly relevant, the Dictionary of Occupational Titles doesn't have a website that looks like it was made in this century either, because that looks like the first website. It looks so old, its address should be www.websites.com. It's so old, it looks like its webmaster was Alan Turing. This website is so old, its IP address is 1. But look, with all, thank you. But look, with all those bars to clear, it is hardly surprising that the denial rate here is so high. Less than a third of those applying for SSI were allowed at initial application, and for SSDI, it's less than a quarter. Now, I should say, you can appeal an initial denial, and many do. In fact, appeals are so commonplace, there are even lawyers who specialize in them and advertise on TV like this.
You get hurt, you can't work, so you apply for Social Security benefits, but you get denied?
The laws are so confusing. How do you get your benefits before you go broke?
If you've been denied your Social Security disability benefits, call me right now.
Call Jim Adler. He can help you get your check started.
I know how to cut through that red tape. Call me right now.
Call me right now. I'm a big tough man with a big loud voice. Call me right now. I like trucks to go wee and meat to go squee. Call me right now. I piss shit and cum gasoline. Call me right now. We've actually featured that man on this show before. He calls himself the Texas Hammer and holds the unique distinction of being the first person in history who has the voice of someone who would beat his face up. Once you appeal, though, you can go through multiple stages. The first, in person, is with an administrative law judge who works for the Social Security Administration. They're allowed such wide discretion that some judges approve just 9% of the cases before them, with others as much as 96%. If you're denied by one of these judges, you can eventually go outside Social Security system and take your case to a federal district court, which will determine if the agency made a mistake in your first hearing. And they have found some pretty monumental ones, like with this man whose disability claim for back pain and permanent nerve damage from an injury was repeatedly denied.
Turns out both Social Security and an administrative law judge denied Jonathan's disability based on someone else's medical records.
The judge didn't notice that?
No, nobody noticed this. I just think it's carelessness. I mean, we see mistakes like this that happen all the time.
All the time? It is not great that a federal agency seems to have the same eye for detail as a hungover Starbucks barista. Disability benefits for, looks like Bicol. Benefits for betrayal. I've got a betrayal here. Now, the good news is, if the court finds that the Social Security Administration really screwed up, the agency itself has to pay your lawyer's fees. But in a sign of just how often it fucks up, it's had to pay more than $390 million in attorney fees over the past decade. And all this takes time and effort. Applicants are waiting on average nearly 8 months for an initial decision, with appeals taking even longer. In fact, most wait over a year for a final decision on their claim. But that man you just saw has been trying to get benefits for 8 years now. And think how much has changed in the last 8 years. Barack Obama went from the most powerful man in the country to an unemployed guy who tweets playlists. 8 years ago, Ryan Gosling saves jazz. 8 years ago, Harambe. 8 years ago. If you can say, I applied for benefits when Harambe was alive and still not have them, the system is moving too slow. And this is due in part to the fact that the Social Security Administration has been underfunded for over a decade now. Their budget was slashed in 2011 as part of a Republican-led austerity campaign, and it has never recovered. So it's been serving a growing number of applicants and beneficiaries with less resources and staff. It is frankly no wonder. Last year, there was a backlog of over 1 million pending initial disability claims. And those delays have real costs for those stuck waiting like this man.
I have a bone disease, amongst other things, and my body just won't let me work anymore.
Elvin Spriggs from West Portsmouth, Ohio, near the Kentucky border, tells us he was living under this Green Lawn Avenue bridge in Columbus for a while.
You can't sleep because you don't know who's coming around the next corner. You don't know what you're going to encounter.
Thankfully, a friend took him in as Alvin fought to get his approved Social Security benefits. The whole ordeal, he says, lasted nearly 4 years.
That's the barrier between me and my own place. I'm not trying to get rich. I just want what's owed to me.
Right. If you want to get rich quick, getting disability benefits is the worst possible way to do that. Everyone knows the fastest way to get rich is to win the lottery, the easiest is to have rich parents, the grossest is to marry Rupert Murdoch, and the most absurd is to become the hot to a girl. Those are your main options in this economy. And for the record, it's not like the benefits are particularly generous. The average monthly SSDI benefit is currently just over $1,500, and the maximum monthly SSI payment is $943 for an individual. And even if you get approved, your troubles still aren't over. And that brings us to the incredibly stringent rules that we force those who receive these benefits to live by. First, they have to deal with aggressive caps on income and savings. Let's say you're no longer able to work full-time, so you get SSDI. If you're able to work a little bit part-time, you're allowed to do that and to get paid, but only to a point. In 2022, if your monthly wages went from $1,350 to $1,351, that $1 could make you lose your entire benefit. And for SSI recipients, the rules are even stricter because that program places hard limits on how much money you're allowed to have in savings. You're allowed to have a few resources like owning one car and a home, but beyond that, you can have no more than $2,000 worth of assets anymore, and you could lose your benefits. And that is the case even if what sends you over the limit is something like receiving a small inheritance or even a birthday gift. And as this woman explains, the current asset limit makes it functionally impossible to save money.
As a single person, I'm only allowed to have $2,000 in the bank. My van broke down again. I need to get myself a van. Most vans cost more than $2,000. Especially if you want one when the engine is still running, or you're going to plan on pushing it like Fred Flintstone. I can't even do a GoFundMe because a GoFundMe would put me over the asset limits and I would lose my income.
She's right. The limit not only punishes you for saving money, it even constrains you from accepting help from others. She's also right about no one wanting to drive a Flintstones car, except, of course, morning drunk Hoda and Kathy Lee. Yabba dabba DUI. And if you're wondering why only $2,000, that is because Congress hasn't raised the limit in decades, and it's never been indexed to inflation. If it had, it'd be $10,000 today. And you should know, the agency polices this vigorously, sending overpayment notices to more than 2 million people each year. If they find you went over the cap in your bank account, they might advise you to spend it down so you're below their limit, or they might suspend or cancel your benefits, or even try and claw back all the money they sent you, which can be thousands of dollars. It is no wonder people are so careful to stay under the limit. But even that is not a guarantee of safety here, because as you've seen tonight, the agency is both understaffed and error-prone, so mistakes get made. For instance, many recipients saw their benefits suspended as a result of COVID stimulus checks being automatically deposited into their bank accounts. That money wasn't supposed to count against asset limits, but too often this happened.
Dave Gruen's daughter Julia's only income is her monthly Social Security disability check. Julia is blind and has cerebral palsy. But during the COVID pandemic, $3,200 in stimulus checks, economic impact payments were deposited in her bank account. Now, SSA has frozen her monthly payments and is demanding thousands of dollars be returned.
Social Security initially demanded Julia repay more than double the amount she got in stimulus money, about $7,300. For months of Social Security benefits, the agency now thinks she was not entitled to receive.
So I just assume since the government put the money in, they would understand that she's going to have extra money.
Oh, come on, that is just infuriating incompetence. I don't know how anyone can think the government is run by a shadowy cabal of elites, when more often it appears to be run by 3 raccoons stacked up in a men's warehouse suit. Because only they would send someone money during the pandemic, forget they were the ones who sent it, and then demand more than double that money back. That is chaotic raccoon in a suit behaviour. But maybe the ultimate expression of the madness of our current system is the so-called marriage penalty. Basically, if you're an individual getting SSI, your assets are capped at $2,000. But if you get married, your entire household assets are capped at $3,000. And if you go over, you not only lose your benefits, you risk losing access to Medicaid too. Just watch as this woman explains why this means she can never marry her partner.
Our marriage plans right now are on hold because there is a marriage penalty to where if we get married, his income would make me no longer qualified to receive Medicaid. So all my caregivers, all my medical equipment, everything, I would not be able to have any of that anymore. To just pay for caregivers, it would be between $100,000 and $200,000 a year. Medicaid is the only type of insurance that would pay for this much care. It's really normal to fall in love and to want to start a family. It's really normal for disabled parents to exist and have children. It's very normal, and it's not treated that way by society.
Exactly. It's not just about disabled people getting their basic needs met. It's about creating a society where they're equal and active members, because it is very normal to fall in love and want to get married. It's admittedly less normal for the object of that love to be a cabbage, but that wedding was fucking beautiful, and I apologize to nobody. And with all this bureaucratic bullshit, it is no wonder that so many who rely on these benefits feel trapped in a cycle of poverty. One study found roughly half of all supplemental income beneficiaries had incomes below the federal poverty line, even with their benefits. So, what can we do here? Well, as we've said before, we could switch to universal healthcare, which would solve at least part of this. But short of that, there are smaller, significant measures that we could take. First, the Social Security Administration clearly needs to be funded properly. Also, in making determinations, they need to give more weight to the assessment of people's own doctors and fully update their jobs list to the 21st century. And there's actually some good news here, because there are currently 2 bills in Congress that, if passed, would address at least some of what you've seen tonight. Both would raise the asset limit to $10,000 for individuals and index it to inflation. And this bill would also raise benefits and increase the amount of outside income beneficiaries could earn. Neither bill would fix everything, but they'd be a start. And Congress could pass at least one this year if they cared to. And I'd argue that they should. And you could call your representatives and tell them that if you were so inclined. Because to put all of this in terms that the Social Security Administration seems to prefer, and I absolutely hate myself for doing this system needs to be better. Not just for the sake of disabled people, but for everyone, all right? Are you ready to do this? Okay. What kind of society do we want to live in? One that punishes people with endless paperwork for having a medical condition like chronic granulocytopenia? Do we want a society that creates endless hoops people have to jump through for the tiniest morsel of support? Or do we want a society that steps up to the plate and actually delivers for the people? If it is that one, then we need to make changes here, because right now, this system is fucked. I mean, supremely and massively fucked. I don't like that at all. That is our show. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next week. Good night. No, don't do that with your hand. Don't mind me. I don't want to be much. Stop what you're doing right now. I don't. That's it. I'm scooting away. I'm leaving you. Don't mind coming after me. Our main story tonight concerns judges, the only government workers whose official dress code is goth poncho. Judges rule on matters big and small, but they're also human beings. As we got reminded early in the pandemic when someone didn't mute their microphone during this remote Supreme Court hearing.
And what the FCC has said is that when the subject matter of the call ranges just the topic, then the call is transformed.
It's true, someone flushed a toilet during oral arguments, which, to be fair, isn't the most embarrassing Zoom mishap from back then. On a scale of 0 to Jeffrey Toobin, it probably falls somewhere in the middle. But I love that that lawyer just kept going. Who among us didn't sit on the toilet during work hours back then? You remember when I was in the void? I was not a toilet the whole time. I was dressed, I'm not a pervert, but I was on a toilet. What do you mean that's even more confusing? Don't worry about it, shut up. The Supreme Court's last term was, to put it mildly, eventful. They issued rulings on everything from gun rights to social media censorship to gerrymandering, and also kind of made the president a king, holding 6-3 in Trump versus the US, that presidents are completely immune from prosecution for things they did through core constitutional powers of the presidency, adding they're at least presumed to be immune and potentially are always immune for all official acts of their presidency, but leaving it open to interpretation as to what constitutes a core power and an official act, which is not ideal, because there are pretty obvious reasons why you'd want to be more precise there, as Sonia Sotomayor tried pointing out to Trump's lawyer.
If the president decides that his rival is a corrupt person and he orders the military or orders someone to assassinate him, is that within his official acts that for which he can get immunity?
It would depend on the hypothetical, but we can see that could well be an official act.
Holy shit! That is Trump's attorney arguing the president could be shielded from prosecution for assassinating a political rival. That is terrifying. Honestly, this is the oral argument that should have featured bathroom noises, as it seems they just flushed the rule of law down the fucking toilet. But extremity seems to be the standard now for this court, which has been aggressive in applying hardline conservative views to reverse established law. In 2022, they overturned Roe v. Wade. Last year, their decision on affirmative action reversed 45 years of legal precedent. And this June, they discarded the Chevron doctrine, which, as we'll get into later, is a critical 4-decade-old precedent concerning how regulatory agencies work. And all this fulfilled a promise that Trump repeatedly made on the campaign trail 8 years ago to try and get hesitant conservatives to support him.
We have to win, and one of the biggest reasons we have to do this for United States Supreme Court justices.
You got to go for Trump. Supreme Court justices.
And remember, justices of the Supreme Court. Remember that.
Supreme Court justices. That's all. That's all you have to think.
That turned out to be a pretty successful argument. If Trump had promised to throw paper towels at hurricane victims, or molest a flag, or decorate the White House for Christmas like it's an A24 horror movie, it might have been a less compelling message, though, to be fair, no less true. Because Trump delivered on that promise, and not just at the Supreme Court level. He's reshaped the judiciary from top to bottom in ways that are only starting to be felt. So given that, tonight, let's look at the federal courts, what Trump's done to them, and if elected again, what he could do next. And let's start with how our court system is actually structured. Generally speaking, lawsuits involving federal law start in one of 94 district courts around the country. There's at least one in every state, and this is where trials take place. If a case is appealed, it goes up to the courts of appeals. There are 13 of those, dividing the country into regional circuits. And if it's appealed from there, the Supreme Court could choose to hear it. There's some little stuff that I'm leaving out in there, including an extra layer at the bottom called Judge Steve Harvey gets a crack at it. But that is basically it. The Supreme Court hears around 100 cases a year, but the circuit courts beneath it handle around 40,000, with the district courts below them handling over 300,000 cases. So the decisions of those lower courts are in most cases final. And Trump was able to reshape a lot of them. There are around 900 active federal judges in total. And as president, he appointed 234 of them, rivaling the numbers of presidents who held office for twice as long as he did. And irritatingly, he tends to frame this as a stroke of tremendous luck.
You know, when I got in, we had over 100 federal judges that weren't appointed. Now, I don't know why Obama left that. It was like a big, beautiful present to all of us.
Yeah, but was it though? Because the actual reason he got that big, beautiful president was because Senate Republicans, led by Mitch McConnell, stonewalled Obama's judicial nominees for years. Those vacancies weren't gifted so much as stolen, which is clearly different. Oprah's car giveaway wouldn't have seemed nearly as fun if she spent the previous night carjacking everyone in Chicago. And McConnell himself has admitted that once he had a president to his liking, filling court seats was his top priority.
If I have a choice between taking up a particular bill or taking up a circuit court judge, I take up a circuit court judge because I think it makes the longest lasting contribution to making this the kind of country it ought to be.
He's not lying there. During the Trump years, you couldn't whisper the words court vacancy anywhere in Congress without McConnell excitedly bursting through the wall like the fucking Kool-Aid man. And it wasn't just him. Right-wing groups have been focused on getting judges onto the bench for years now, with perhaps no one playing a larger role than this man, Leonard Leo. He's been called the man behind the conservative effort to move the judiciary to the right. And one primary way that he's done this has been through his leadership at the Federalist Society, an organisation that he turned from a student club into an incubator and pipeline for conservative lawyers to become public officials and judges. Leo's also a hugely successful fundraiser and has built a dark money network to funnel cash to conservative causes, groups and politicians. And he's used a number of tactics over the years to conceal the movement of that money. In terms of where it ends up, he's recently been using what are called donor-advised funds, which make it practically impossible to trace where the money goes. And in terms of where it comes from, which does feel important, many entities he's been linked to haven't been required to disclose their donors. And as you'll see here, when asked about that, he can get cagey fast.
Can you describe to us what the purpose of the BH fund is?
BH Fund is a charitable organization. You can look it up, but I'm sure its statement of purpose is listed.
We did. And its tax document says its mission is to promote the rule of law and limited constitutional government. And it received $24 million from an anonymous donor in 2017.
I have a very simple rule, which is I'm engaged in the battle of ideas, and I care very deeply about our Constitution and the role of courts in our society. And I don't waste my time on stories that involve money and politics, because what I care about is ideas.
Oh, come on. I know this is so obvious it barely needs to be said, but where things come from does matter. For the same reason that Lunchables can't just list its ingredients as mind your fucking business. But even if it can be hard to say who all of Leo's backers are, it is clear what both he and they want. Judges on the bench who are against regulation and deeply socially conservative, although Leo will sometimes try and put a more moderate face on that. In the early days of Trump's term, Leo helped supply him with 25 names of potential Supreme Court nominees, and watch him shrug off questions about whether any of those names might one day impact the right to an abortion.
Is the fear on the left justified that this means that Roe v. Wade is in jeopardy if one of the 25 gets through the process?
The left has been using the Roe v. Wade scare tactic since 1982, when Sandra O'Connor was nominated. And over 30 years later, nothing's happened to Roe v. Wade. So I think the abortion issue is really very much a scare tactic.
As I think we all know, it played out a bit differently. Shortly afterward, Trump nominated Kavanaugh from Leo's list, and he, along with Gorsuch and Barrett, two other picks Leo recommended, wound up overturning Roe. So clearly, it wasn't just a scare tactic at all. It's honestly hard to imagine how that clip could have aged worse, other than if he continued, no one needs to prepare for any sort of novel coronavirus in the future, and don't worry about Armie Hammer's career, that thing's gonna keep going great. The point is, Leo's had a huge amount of success in planting hard-right judges throughout the federal court system, and that has enabled conservative groups, some of which he funds, to effectively go judge shopping. What that means is they're able to write a lawsuit designed to achieve a specific policy end, bring it before a district court judge who came up through the Federalist Society, appeal it up through circuit courts, increasingly stocked with Federalist Society alumni, and maybe even get it in front of the Supreme Court, a full third of whose members came off a list from the Federalist Society's own Leonard fucking Leo. He's putting out new conservative judges the way Apple puts out new TV shows, constantly and basically silently. And while testing the law through the courts is something both liberal and conservative groups have long used as a tactic, it's now much easier for conservatives to do it, even with incredibly weak cases. Take last year's fight over mifepristone, a drug used in most abortions. The lawsuit that precipitated that fight was clearly crafted to restrict abortion access. It began with activists creating a brand new group called the Alliance for Hippocratic Medicine, which they incorporated in Amarillo, Texas, just months before it filed the lawsuit. And they chose Amarillo for a very specific reason.
By filing its lawsuit in Amarillo, the Alliance Defending Freedom was almost guaranteed to draw Judge Matthew Kacsmaryk, a Trump appointee who worked in the conservative Christian legal movement.
Exactly. By filing in Amarillo, they knew their case was likely to get assigned to Kacsmaryk, seen here shortly after asking his barber for the wet marine. That is the reason they and so many conservative groups are going to Amarillo. It's not for the historic tour of Route 66 or the canyon horseback ride or even the huge pair of legs, which are apparently number 30 on TripAdvisor's list of things to do in Amarillo, even though I've never seen a more obvious number 1 in my entire life. They have absolutely glowing reviews, such as, it's a huge pair of legs standing in a pasture next to the road. What a unique statue, tall legs out in a field. And I figured, while here, why not go find them? They're interesting and big. And amen to that, brother, they sure are. Kacsmaryk is incredibly conservative. He said being transgender is a delusion, has argued against contraception and same-sex marriage, and criticised the legal foundations of Roe v. Wade. So he was always likely to be incredibly sympathetic to the plaintiffs in the mifepristone case, which was lucky for them because their arguments were laughably weak. Basically, some of the plaintiffs were pro-life doctors who argued the FDA's approval of mifepristone, which has been used safely for over 20 years, should be withdrawn, in part because it could harm the doctors themselves. They argued that treating patients who'd suffered adverse health effects from the drug, which again, rarely happens, could cause them hardship and subject them to enormous stress and pressure. Though a few things about that. First, none of those doctors were required to prescribe the drugs or regularly treat abortion patients. They couldn't identify a single case where any of them had been forced to provide such care, and there's already a federal law that protects them from having to do so. Basically, their argument did not have a leg to stand on, which is a little ironic, considering Amarillo has 2 of them that are just fucking hanging around for some reason. But Kacsmaryk sided with the plaintiffs anyway, striking down the FDA's approval of mifepristone. The government appealed his ruling, but it was then upheld by the notoriously conservative Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, where a third of the judges are Trump appointees. Now, the good news here is that the Supreme Court ultimately reversed the ruling, saying the plaintiffs lacked standing to sue because they hadn't convincingly proven that they were being harmed, because they fucking weren't. The bad news is, this was by no means a full-throated rejection. As in Kavanaugh's drafting of the opinion, he explicitly left the door open to try again in the future, saying that it is not clear that no one else would have standing to challenge the FDA's relaxed regulation of mifepristone. A hint so broad, it might as well have had a winking emoji at the end of it. The point is, the courts are now incredibly amenable to lawsuits that conservatives bring. And while the mifepristone and Trump immunity rulings have been pretty widely discussed, one of the biggest conservative victories this year has actually flown under the radar a bit, even though for most of Leonard Leo's big corporate backers, it's probably the most important reason to support him, and it concerns regulation. Companies famously hate regulation, an attitude shared by certain members of the Supreme Court, especially Neil Gorsuch, who always looks like the man in every Cialis commercial. Gorsuch released a book this year called Overruled: The Human Toll of Too Much Law, about how, in his view, regulatory agencies are out of control and basically making up new laws left and right. For years now, he's delivered a spiel about how federal agencies, which fall under the executive branch, have usurped the power that rightly belongs to the legislative one. It's an argument he delivers with his trademark electric personality like this.
The executive branch has made up so many new criminal laws that people have stopped counting at over 300,000. If your catch-up is too runny, you get in trouble for that because of a federal agency said so. I'm not making it up. What if you sell mattresses and you tear off that tag? You're probably a federal criminal. And if you import lobster in a plastic bag instead of a cardboard box, that's a problem because a bureaucrat says so. And Woodsy the Owl Some of you, Woodsy the Owl, don't give a hoot, don't pollute. Remember him? Some of you remember him. Well, if you misuse his likeness, you might be a federal felon. Okay, that's what happens when you mix up the executive and the legislative power.
I know this is beside the point, but that was some deafening silence after he asked if anyone remembers Woodsy the Owl. Which does make sense. He's not exactly a top-tier owl anymore. Your current A-listers are probably Owl from Winnie the Pooh, Hedwig from Harry Potter, the Duolingo mascot, and of course, this soggy little guy who went viral for looking like he's going through his third divorce. But while I'm sure Gorsuch worked hard to cherry-pick those regulations to dunk on, he's actually mischaracterizing a lot of those rules in ways that feel pretty revealing. For instance, a few of the things he just cited as evidence of an out-of-control executive branch there actually came from the legislative one. The Woodsy the Owl thing was this law passed by Congress. As for his example about lobsters, that's him shorthanding a case involving the Lacey Act, which was, as its name might suggest, also an act of Congress. As for the others, those were all cases where Congress very clearly wanted specific things to be regulated. When it comes to ketchup, Congress passed this law directing the FDA to prevent mislabeling of foods, which the agency then did only after extensive review and public comment periods. Also, these kinds of regulations don't generally get enforced unless the violations are egregious. In one recent 10-year period, the FDA only managed to obtain 2 court injunctions against food products on account of misleading labeling. So it's not like prisons are filled with people who sold runny ketchup. If they were, you would know about it. Probably because we'd have already done a story called Ketchup Incarceration. That'd be 26 minutes long, featuring videos of 2 separate people crying and ending with Steve Buscemi dressed like a giant tomato for reasons that would make sense in context. And finally, when it comes to Gorsuch making fun of mattress tags, just so you know, Congress passed this law directing a federal agency to set flammability standards to ensure the safety of products like mattresses, including labeling them. And I know there is a certain hack comedy appeal to going, what's the deal with mattress tags? After all, why would you need a tag saying who made a mattress and when? When is that information ever really going to be useful to you, right?
A foam crib mattress by Storkcraft has been recalled for failing to meet federal standards for flammability. Affected mattresses were made between August 2014 and January 2015, and consumers should stop using the mattress and contact Storkcraft for a free barrier cover.
Oh yeah, that does make a lot more sense now. Among other things, those mattress tags might help you figure out if your mattress has been recalled. So I guess the answer to Gorsuch's question, why is the government issuing rules about mattress tags, is so a baby's crib doesn't turn into a miniature Wicker Man, you fucking idiots! And look, I've got plenty of issues with regulations, but it is disingenuous to suggest they're all being issued arbitrarily at random, when on the whole, they're being carefully crafted by career experts to keep us safe. And that work is now going to be significantly harder due to the case that I mentioned at the start of this story, the one overturning what's known as Chevron deference. We discussed Chevron a bit in our first show of this year, but it's a long-standing legal doctrine arising from this 1984 Supreme Court ruling. Very basically, Chevron said that when there is a lawsuit over regulation, judges should give a lot of leeway to agencies. So let's say Congress writes a law saying, I want mercury out of drinking water. Under Chevron, the EPA would decide how to do exactly that. And then their decisions would be hard to overturn. Chevron is one of the most cited precedents in American law. It's mentioned in more than 18,000 federal court decisions and was the deciding factor in approximately 70 Supreme Court decisions. It's essentially one of the foundations current American law has been built on. Getting rid of Chevron isn't just removing the bottom Jenga block, it's removing the entire table underneath it. And companies have unsurprisingly long wanted Chevron gone, and in June they got their wish, thanks to a ruling in a couple of cases that were consolidated into one called Loper Bright versus Raimondo. And frustratingly, like the Mifepristone case, it's built on quite a bit of bullshit. On its face, it involves a group of fishermen trying to overturn a regulation requiring them to pay for federal monitors to prevent overfishing. They complained it could have made it impossible for them to make a living. And I say could have because the regulation was not being enforced. And even if it had been, the fishermen didn't identify a single fishing trip for which they would have been required to pay for monitoring services under that rule. Nevertheless, the fishermen were represented by these 2 conservative groups, one of which, this one, is backed by entities linked to, you'll never guess it, Leonard fucking Leo. At this point, finding out Leonard Leo had a role in a major Conservative court case is like finding out a ventriloquist dummy has a hand up its arse. It's basically assumed. And I do think it's telling that some major industries suddenly seem very interested in the outcome of this obscure phishing case, with dozens writing amicus briefs, including the US Chamber of Commerce, the North American Meat Institute, and a trade organisation representing e-cigarette companies. And unless fish are vaping now, I don't really see why that group should be involved, although if they are, that is also cool as hell, because look at that. That is fucking sick. I don't mean to be pro-tobacco, but that's pure sex appeal right there. And those interests got their way, because the Supreme Court ruled 6-3 to overturn Chevron deference entirely, making it much easier for companies to challenge a regulatory agency's decision in the future. And when you put that in tandem with all these other recent rulings, the power of regulatory agencies has now been sharply limited. And Conservatives are understandably very, very happy about all of this. Here's Jim Jordan explaining why.
The fundamental question is who decides? The quote, experts, the technocracy, as Mr. Bishop's described, or the elected officials. I may not know, we may not know how many parts per billion is necessary. We may not know that, but I do know one thing. Regulations and rules that impact the economy to the tune of millions and millions of dollars and impact the 800,000 folks I get to represent, that's important. We have deferred to the, quote, experts. Experts who think they can run our lives and never be held accountable.
Look, I'll give him this. When Jim Jordan says, I may not know how many parts per billion is necessary, he is absolutely right. After all, he's a man who prides himself on not knowing things, whether it's science, technology, or indeed the alleged sexual abuse happening to college wrestlers on a team he coached. Jim Jordan has built a personal brand on not knowing what's going on. But there are a few problems with his reasoning there. First, Congress can't pass shit right now. But even if it was functional, you wouldn't necessarily want it writing technical rules on everything. Legislators can be good at many things: delivering speeches, raising campaign money, getting uncontrollably horny during Beetlejuice the musical, escaping to Mexico when their constituents need them the most. But they don't possess universal expertise in technology, medicine, or food safety. The point is, every part of a regulator's job is now going to be much harder. As one commentator wrote, Loper Bright has opened the door so that the worst judges will issue nationwide injunctions, effectively one-man vetoes of entire agencies in real time based on personal opinion, which is just fully not how the government is supposed to work. There's a reason that Schoolhouse Rock video doesn't end with some random judge in Mississippi suddenly wiping his arse with that bill. And unfortunately, it's already begun. One analysis found that Loper Bright's already been cited in 116 cases since the Supreme Court decision. In fact, less than a week after it was issued, 3 judges in different states published decisions on the same day citing Loper Bright as they blocked implementation of a new rule that would prohibit discrimination in healthcare based on gender identity. And at the same time, judges are making it clear they're not much better equipped than Congress to answer highly technical questions. In one decision this term, Neil Gorsuch repeatedly confused nitrous oxide, often known as laughing gas, with nitrogen oxides, the class of compounds that help form smog. That's a mistake you get to make at dental school exactly once. And when you take all this together, you can understand why one of the justices on the losing end of all these recent 6-3 decisions has been going around saying stuff like this.
There are days that I've come to my office after an announcement of a case and closed my door and cried. There have been those days, and there are likely to be more.
Well, that doesn't feel great. You know things are bad when Supreme Court justices are crying alone in their office, instead of where they usually cry on national TV while getting credibly accused of sexual assault. So what can we do? Well, members of Congress have introduced bills to try and undo some of these decisions. But given that Republicans currently control the House, those bills have gone nowhere. And that actually brings us to the key point here. Because the only way of undoing some of the harm that's been done and preventing even more happening is by keeping Trump out of the White House and Republicans out of Congress in November. Because like in 2016, Trump's intentions here are very clear. The oldest justices are currently Thomas and Alito, and many believe one or both of them could step down due to age in the next 4 years, potentially giving Trump the chance to cement the court's conservative supermajority for a generation. He's openly promising his base as much.
I will once again appoint rock-solid conservative judges in the mold of Justices Antonin Scalia, Samuel Alito, who's done a fantastic job, and the great Clarence Thomas, he's been fantastic.
First, no, he has not been fantastic. He's been a fucking nightmare. Eagle-eyed viewers will remember that I nearly obliterated my personal finances to encourage him to retire, which honestly would have been worth it, but would have also put me in such a hole I'd have probably had to go full cancel culture warrior to dig myself out of it. I'd have a 2-hour Netflix stand-up special called They Won't Let Me Do Stand-Up Anymore, and a stadium tour called They Won't Let Me Tour either. The point is, that is a man who knows that that is the promise that can get him elected and have people willing to ignore literally everything else about him. Look, the remaking of America's judiciary is the culmination of a plan that's been going on for decades. And while a lot of the judges that have been put in place aren't going anywhere for a while, that doesn't mean the change has to be permanent. And securing the White House and Congress is our best shot at starting to slowly undo that change. And I know it can feel extremely depressing. I mean, sad owl level depressing. To live in a world where rich anonymous interests can install friendly judges to hand them whatever rulings they want, and where the government's ability to keep us safe is hamstrung by some dork's B- stand-up routine. But that situation only persists if we let it. If we can elect people who value an independent judiciary and the rule of law, then Leo and his backers won't be able to so easily buy the justice system, meaning he'll probably need something else to spend all of that money on. And may I suggest a trip to the most spectacular legs in Texas? I don't want to oversell them, but I hear they're both interesting and big.
Hello, everyone. I'm James Root, a business immigration attorney with 25 years of experience working with U.S. and...
Our main story tonight concerns cars, where golf carts see themselves in 5 years. Specifically, we're going to talk about traffic stops, the most common law enforcement interaction in America. Police pull over more than 50,000 drivers on a typical day, adding up to more than 20 million motorists a year. And they do so for all sorts of reasons, from speeding to broken taillights to, spectacularly, this.
The way he came up to the truck, I knew. I was like, oh, I done pissed this man off. He's mad about something. You're under arrest. And I was like, for what? For what did I do?
The reason I'm pulling you over is your derogatory sticker on the back of your truck.
Words.
It's words, okay? What does those words mean?
It's ass.
I eat ass, okay?
If I told you I went to jail for a sticker, yeah, whatever, dude. You're not gonna believe that. All in capital letters, IETS.
Yes. Every part of that is excellent, very much including the Ask Me About My First Amendment Rights t-shirt, which is a masterclass in personal branding. Though I'm just going to say it, that guy doesn't strike me as a real eater. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure he's enthusiastic, but attentive and willing to follow directions? Absolutely not. But as you undoubtedly know, not all traffic stops make the news because they're ridiculous. Sometimes it's because they end in violence. Since 2017, police have killed at least 813 people during traffic stops, with black people disproportionately impacted, making up 29% of those killed, despite representing only around 14% of the population. We've all seen the videos of high-profile killings like those of Philando Castile, Dante Wright, or Tyree Nichols. The horror of those videos should be seared into our collective consciousness by now, so I'm not going to be playing any of that footage tonight. And for black people in particular, those incidents have highlighted what they already know only too well, that driving comes with a constant undercurrent of fear.
What does it mean to drive while black? Driving scared. Every time you get in your vehicle, you're scared. Because if any cop gets behind you, if you ask any African American, our hearts instantly drop.
It means to drive around in fear. It means to drive around and also hope.
What's the hope?
Hope that we make it home safe.
How do you think your life would be different if you were a white dude?
For driving purposes, I wouldn't worry every time I see a cop.
Look, there are lots of things people have to worry about while driving. Getting lost, getting into an accident, getting stopped by a crosswalk flash mob where James Corden thrusts at your car while dressed like a large mouse. All real and upsetting possibilities, but no one should also have to worry about getting harassed or potentially killed. And while the incidents that give rise to that fear often get discussed as the result of individual bad apple cops, the truth is they're the inevitable result of deliberate decisions that have turned traffic stops into a systemic issue. So tonight, let's talk about traffic stops, the power we've given to cops during them, how they exercise and often abuse that power, and some simple ways we can start to change all this. And let's start by acknowledging that police do pull people over for completely legitimate road safety reasons, like dangerous speeding or drunk driving, and you want those people off the roads. You don't need me to show you a clip about the importance of road safety, but I'm going to do that anyway, because when else am I going to have the chance to show you this?
An accident! Humans had an accident.
There was a child in the car.
A child? A child?
A child? Cats have 9 lives, children only 1. Help them live that life. Buckle them into a car seat. No one wants a child to become a memory.
Well, that was a lot. I'd almost forgotten all those weird characters from Cats, like Angelica Splat, Turnip, Zazzle Skunk, Old Colostomy, Skeetle Jizz, Nipple Twister, and Mr. Bumblefuck. I don't remember their real names, but I'm pretty sure that's close enough. And let me just say this, that musical is an abomination. If there is ever a day that Andrew Lloyd Webber has no haters, that means that I am dead, and so, by the way, is Patti LuPone. But of course, that ad is completely right. You don't want someone driving unsafely to claim the life of a child. A child. A child. But the truth is, lots of stops aren't about safety at all. In fact, many are so-called pretextual stops. Basically, the police using a minor traffic violation to detain you while they investigate for further evidence of crimes like illegal guns or drugs. And they have a lot of leeway to do that. Because when it comes to searching your house, the Fourth Amendment generally requires police get a warrant approved by a judge beforehand. But when it comes to cars, the courts decided that because cars can drive away, requiring a warrant is impractical. So over the years, the Supreme Court's given police wide discretion in how a traffic stop is handled. And in 1996, in Wren versus the US, it fully legalized pretextual stops, unanimously ruling that the constitutional reasonableness of a stop did not depend on the actual motivations of the individual officers involved. Essentially, as long as police have evidence of a traffic violation, however minor, they can use a simple stop to start a criminal investigation. And what this means in practice is that a lot of stops now amount to just shaking people down to see what crimes fall out. One of the popular manuals for training police in traffic investigations flat out states, Criminal patrol, in large part, is a numbers game, and you need a lot of contacts to find the relatively few felony offenders you're most interested in. One former officer has even admitted, we fish. If I follow a car for 5 minutes, I can always find 1 or 2 moving violations. And that is true. There are so many laws on the books, a cop can always find a reason to pull someone over.
Experts say finding the initial reason to pull someone over is easy. That became quickly apparent during an afternoon with an officer of the Oakland, California Police Department.
This Infiniti that drove by has a bumper that's loose. That's a vehicle code violation. All lights must work, right? So his top brake light does not work, so I can stop him for that.
Right, and it's not just loose bumpers. There are tons of minor infractions on the books. Massachusetts has a list of traffic violations that's 25 pages long. Florida's is 32 pages. And in New York City, the list is 135 pages long. And no driver is going to be familiar with every single rule. No one is reading that whole thing, not even me. And I have resting reads traffic codes for pleasure face. And some of the laws around the country are truly absurd. Some states, for instance, have laws that prohibit drivers from hanging objects from their rearview mirrors, including air fresheners and rosary beads. Incidentally, a dangling air freshener was a justification for pulling over Dante Wright. But many officers will insist that pretextual stops are absolutely essential to fighting crime. Here is a police chief explaining why stopping someone for having something as innocuous as an air freshener actually makes total sense.
So it could seem petty to some people, but in my 32 years in law enforcement, I've seen many minor traffic violations lead to big arrests. Wanted felons, fugitives from justice, murder suspects.
But that is still petty. It is petty to pull someone over for not wanting their car to smell like farts and a yogurt that they know is back there somewhere but cannot find. And when pressed for evidence of pretextual stops being an effective crime-fighting tool, cops will constantly bring up that this is how a state trooper caught Oklahoma City bomber Timothy McVeigh by stopping him for driving with no license plate. It's a case that now holds mythic status among police officers, which is a little weird because, one, he was only caught after the bombing, which, to be honest, feels a little more like a miss than a hit. And two, the reason they were able to arrest him is because McVeigh was carrying a concealed weapon, something which is not actually illegal in Oklahoma anymore. So if we've all got our dicks up for hanging on to laws that caught Timothy McVeigh, let's go ahead and add gun control to that pile, shall we? But the truth is, research has consistently shown pretextual stops do very little to make us safer. A Philadelphia study found that out of 300,000 stops, only 0.67% recovered any sort of contraband, which could include weed, and just 0.17% recovered any weapon. So when you measure the success rate of pretextual stops with any metric other than percentage of Timothy McVeigh's caught, they're a tremendous waste of time. Also, for what it's worth, in some smaller municipalities, police aren't just looking for crimes, they're looking for money. There are towns around the country that have resorted to ramping up ticketing while enduring budgetary shortfalls. Basically, as soon as their balance sheet gets worse, magically it seems, so do the driving skills of the people in their community. We've talked before about the practice of using municipal violations to fund local government in places like Ferguson, Missouri, and Brookside, Alabama. And people can still wind up being stopped, ticketed, and even imprisoned for inability to pay, because in 17 states, minor traffic violations are arrestable offences that come with a criminal record. And even in states where that is not the case, people can still end up in jail because many places can lock you up for failure to pay fines. Just listen to this woman from St. Louis explain how traffic fines can quickly spiral into a dire situation.
How many times have you been stopped?
I'm in St. Louis. I don't keep counting that.
5? 10?
Keep going. 10 was the minimum number of times I've been locked up. So take that and double it. I've been stopped no less than 20 times. If you don't have the money to pay the fine, you can go to court. When you go to court, they'll tell you court costs, ticket, plus fees, you now owe $300. You have $300 to pay today. No. All right, put you on a payment plan. So every month, come see us and pay this by the 21st. If not, issue you a warrant on the 22nd. Make your payments on time.
Okay.
So let's say you don't make that payment. You get a warrant. So what do? If you have the resources, you can pay. But most people don't have the resources, so you run. And catch me if you can.
How many warrants did you rack up?
At one point in time, I was wanted in 11 different municipalities.
11 different municipalities. How did you live with that?
carefully?
Yeah, that seems about right. Asking, how do you live with 11 warrants? It's a bit like asking, how do you hold a newborn baby? Or how do you give a porcupine a hand job? The answer is, fucking carefully. And the cost of these stops is borne overwhelmingly by communities of colour, and particularly black drivers. One analysis from Massachusetts County found that police pull over black drivers at more than twice the rate of white drivers for non-traffic safety violations, like a broken tail light. And many police departments, even large ones, will obscure this by simply refusing to track the racial makeup of who they stop and search, while others will gather the data but fail to connect the dots as to what it means. Just watch this police official in New Jersey cite data of his own before having his case destroyed with a pretty simple statistic.
I mean, I pulled our motor vehicle stop data by race this morning before we did the interview to get it in real time, and we're at 1,814 motor vehicle stops for the year so far, and 576 are Hispanic, 573 white, and 574 African American. So it is pretty even across the board, and if it ever spikes, then we'll investigate why.
Yeah, but what you just told me is really stark, because 60% of the population of Bloomfield is white, and only about 20% of the population is black. So how do you account for that?
Like I said before, it's basically where our police officers are deployed.
Right. It's about where your officers are deployed. You are so close to figuring it out. You just need to see the obvious conclusion. It's like watching a fourth grader do a multiplication problem on the blackboard, get all the way to the end, and then write the answer, Woody Allen is innocent. No, what? How did you get to that? The answer's staring you right in the face, you idiot. And look, racial profiling during traffic stops is obviously nothing new. From the Jim Crow era South all the way through the 80s, when cops were trained using a drug courier profile, which had them looking for supposedly telltale traits like dreadlocks and wearing lots of gold jewellery, which is profiling both black people and, I guess, very occasionally, white girls named Branch who make their own tampons. But she's going to be fine. Her dad is a senator. And that was even before that Supreme Court case that I mentioned earlier, which raised the bar to prove cases of racial bias. Because to do that now, you need to establish intent, which is obviously hard because no cop is going to explicitly admit they pulled you over because of your race. And that has led courts to allow some pretty explicit profiling. One federal judge even rejected claims of racial intent after an officer justified pulling over a black driver by saying, one can never tell with you people. And if that doesn't prove racial intent, I'm not sure what does. Even more recently, just listen to the officer who pulled over Philando Castile for a broken taillight, by the way, explaining on the radio beforehand why he was about to do that.
I'm going to stop a car, check the IDs. I have reason to pull it over. The driver looks more like one of our suspects just because of the wide set nose.
Holy shit! It is hard to argue you're not profiling someone when you're pulling them over because of their face's literal profile. Castile was apparently pulled over in and around St. Paul, Minnesota, 46 times, amassing more than $5,000 in fines. And his mother is pretty clear about what was happening to him.
Why do you think your son was stopped so many times?
Because he was black. Because he was black. I mean, nobody could be that unlucky. And nobody is that horrible of a driver. It wasn't he ran a stop sign or he was in a car accident. It's none of that. It's what they call now pretext stops.
Yeah, she's just stating the obvious there. There is no other interpretation. It's not some big unsolvable mystery like what happened to Amelia Earhart or where do all your socks go when you wash them or what the fuck do these two talk about? Questions no one has an answer to. I'm not saying I'm not happy for them. I'm happy for them. I'm happy for them. I'm saying I just don't know what their dinner table conversation is like, and I don't think you do either. But we're happy for them. I'm happy for them. The point is, the stakes here are incredibly high, and infuriatingly, cops will sometimes glibly remind drivers of that. Just watch this interaction between a Florida officer and a driver he saw as uncooperative.
29-year-old Gerardson Nicholas was on his way to work when he was pulled over for not wearing a seatbelt. Let's show you how it all went down.
Going to jail today? I'm going to walk, man. No, you're not going to work. I'm going to walk. You're going to give me your driver's license. Give me your driver's license, registration, and insurance. If not, you will not be going to work today. Simple thing, man. This is how you guys get killed out here, man. Registration and insurance. Say that again.
Yeah, say that again. because there is a lot to object to in that exchange. But let's zero in on the passivity of the words "get killed," as if a shooting is going to be something that just happens, as opposed to an action that officer would be choosing to take. And one major reason why cops may be especially jumpy during stops is they're actively taught to fear them. Trainers and tactical guides often claim that vehicle stops account for more killings of officers than almost any other type of interaction, and police training can reinforce all of this. Just last year, some footage came to light from a 6-day training conference for cops held in New Jersey, a significant portion of which focused on traffic investigations, and also featured this bold motivational speech.
I love what the fuck I do for a living. There's nothing else I'm good at. I love violence, I love fighting, I love shooting, and I fucking love freedom. It wasn't that long ago that we were drinking out of the schools of our enemies. Like, I'm gonna fucking murder this guy, then I'm gonna take his head, then I'm gonna cut his head in half, and then I'm gonna boil his skull, and then I'm gonna drink out of that skull. Fucking rad, right?
Okay, a few things. First, no, not fucking rad. Second, I do believe you that there is nothing else you're good at. And least importantly, why are you wearing a shirt covered in elegant birds? You're talking like a deranged serial killer, but dressed like you're at brunch in West Palm Beach. That shirt doesn't remotely match your persona, which, from what I can tell, is what if someone fed Milo Ventimiglia nothing but raw meat and trauma? That conference was run by a company called Street Cop Training, whose logo apparently features an eagle dry humping a police badge. The company estimates that it trains between 25 and 30,000 officers nationwide every year. In fact, between 2020 and 2023, public agencies in at least 46 states provided direct payment to Street Cop Training. That conference you just saw was attended by nearly 1,000 officers from around the country who, in addition to hearing speeches, were also given what was called a reasonable suspicion factors checklist, a list of behaviours supposedly indicating when a driver is trying to cover up a more serious crime. It advises looking out for things like passengers on their cell phone, usually texting during a stop, and not always, but often yawning. The checklist also says it's suspicious if a driver looks away from the police car while passing it, but also if they look at it, leaving the option of closing your eyes while driving past a police car, which feels bad. And you know who would agree with that? Those road safety freaks from Cats, like Rumpelweasel, Crunklebutt, Jumblescat, Lickety Flop, Jazzlebanger, Jingle Sphincter, and of course, Old Tinkle Shit. Again, I don't remember their names, and I'm not willing to learn. All in all, what was taught at that conference was so egregious, New Jersey's Office of the State Comptroller found that a number of the tactics were both unjustifiably harassing and unconstitutional. And for all the fear pumped into cops, I should note that while it can, of course, be a dangerous job, studies have shown that the dangers of stops have been vastly inflated, with an officer's chance of being killed during a stop estimated at somewhere between 1 in 3.6 million and 1 in 6.5 million. As one DA who was called for police reform has said, the risk is statistically negligible, but existentially amplified. And it is notable that during certain encounters, cops do seem able to have less of a hair trigger, because while that man in Florida got lectured for having the temerity to talk back to an officer, just watch this cop deal with a driver immediately doing a lot more than that.
Sir, go back into your car. I'll be with you in a second.
You're gonna check the registration on this plate soon, mister.
Wow. That guy exited the car with full righteous bitch energy. He delivered that line with the conviction of Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman. Big mistake. Big. Huge. That guy, by the way, was a county judge. And when the cop found that out after checking his registration, this is how their interaction ended.
Have a good day, Judge. You bet.
You bet. Responding to have a good day with you bet instead of you too is a level of petty self-assuredness I will never attain. When that man orders at a restaurant and waiters tell him good choice, he says, I know. And incidentally, you might assume the back of his car is blacked out there to hide his license plate, but I'm going to choose to believe it's because he was proudly displaying one of those I eat ass stickers. Prove me wrong, Judge. Prove me wrong. And for black drivers, even when traffic stops don't result in a shooting or an arrest or even a fine, there can still be real harm from the steady wear and tear that comes from dehumanizing interactions. Take what happened to Taeyeon Lee, a teenager who in 2018 was driving home after grabbing a slushie and chips at a gas station. He was pulled over for supposedly making too wide a turn, subjected to questioning about whether he had drugs in the car, which he didn't, and was then ordered to step outside where he was handcuffed and frisked while police searched his vehicle. And just watch how, when a cop tries to blame him for the stop, Lee calls him on his bullshit.
If you don't mind me asking, why do you have, like, this negative view towards the police? What's the deal? What's ever happened in your life personally where you're like, you can give me a good explanation?
Absolutely nothing.
Really?
Fucking graduated. I got a good ass job.
Right.
Yeah, I graduated with 3 full-ride band scholarship. I never did shit in my life. I've been in the house all day.
So what's the problem? Like, why are we in this situation?
You?
Huh?
What you mean?
We didn't do it.
Pull me over?
Yeah, of course it's that cop's fault. He's playing dumb while creating the problem. It'd be like me asking you, why are you so bummed out right now? As if I haven't been professionally bumming you out for the past 25 minutes. The cop who pulled Lee over later testified that he believed he was armed because of the interaction with him and seeing him display the nervousness, which is clearly ridiculous, and thankfully, a judge later sided with Lee, ruling that nervousness alone is not a sufficient basis on which to articulate reasonable suspicion, a legal rationale that experts refer to as a fucking duh. That cop also tried to justify his actions by mentioning the presence of a small souvenir Louisville Slugger bat in the car, which he claimed could have been used as a weapon. But you should know that the bat in question was one of these, weighing only 6 ounces. I'm sorry, but that is not long enough to be a weapon. It's barely long enough to be one of Pinocchio's nose boners. As that stop continued, another cop arrived, and so did Lee's mother, who asked him why her son was being treated this way, and he explained they were actually part of a serious crime unit and essentially admitted that doing bullshit traffic stops was a key part of their job.
So what we do, one of the aspects of what we do is we focus on traffic stops, okay? Right now, you listen to me?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, right now, the city has been plagued by gun.
I don't want the history. I just want to know why my son.
When I say right now, it's not history. I'm telling you what we're doing right now, okay? And I'm trying to just let you understand, but it's like you don't want to hear it.
I just want to hear about my son. I know this.
I'm getting to that.
I know all of that.
I'm getting to that. I'm telling you why your son is being stopped and why he's out of the car, but you're not allowing me to do that. So it's a traffic infraction that he was stopped for, okay?
I don't believe that, but okay.
Okay. You don't believe it. You weren't here. You didn't see it.
You wasn't even.
I know.
You believe your guy, and I believe my son.
Yeah.
So
Has your son ever made a traffic infraction, do you think?
No, he has not.
He's never made a traffic infraction.
He has not.
I bet we can watch him drive for 5 minutes and pick out a traffic infraction.
I bet you could. I bet you could.
Yeah, she is right. She's also showing superhuman restraint there in the face of something utterly enraging, because I bet we could find a bullshit reason to pull your son over. Just isn't the flex that cop seems to think it is. It's actually kind of the whole problem here. In fact, the cop who originally detained Lee actually told him at one point, we're going to stop 30 more people after you, showing that stop wasn't about one bad interaction, it was a bad system working exactly as designed. So, what do we do? Well, I would argue the first thing we should do is incredibly simple, and that's to just stop doing pretextual stops. And one big step toward that would be eliminating non-safety related traffic stops. And I'm not the only one saying this. In cities around the country, activists have pushed for this change. In Ann Arbor, Michigan, this city councilwoman pushed to reduce the use of pretextual stops, in part out of fear for her sons. And last year, that law actually passed.
We are trying to set an example about what policing could look like.
A cracked windshield, tinted windows, loud exhaust, broken taillights, or expired registration or plates, and other non-safety related issues would become no longer grounds for a stop. Stops involving speeding, reckless driving, and other serious violations would remain priority.
This frees up the police to be working on, those types of primary offenses.
Exactly. The law gives police more time to investigate actual dangerous driving, as well as other Michigan-related crimes, which I have to assume are like fish theft or maybe secretly shitting in a lake. I'm not sure what criminals do in Michigan, but cops could have more time to stop whatever it is that's happening there. And promising changes have been implemented elsewhere too. A few years ago, Philadelphia became the first major city to ban police from stopping drivers for certain low-level traffic violations. And after just 8 months with the law in place, stops associated with those violations dropped by more than half meaning nearly 12,000 fewer black drivers were stopped. And while that is great, it should obviously be only the beginning here. We should also decriminalise minor traffic offences and stop locking people up to enforce fines and fees. Experts also told us that one major step would be for states to require police both keep and make public data on all their traffic stops, including the race of who they are stopping and what actions they're taking, to make it easier to see and address patterns that might emerge. And we should do that because it is frankly fucking incredible that it's not already happening. And look, again, I am not saying you don't stop people who are clearly driving dangerously. You can and absolutely should do that. But that's clearly not the only way traffic stops are being used right now, and doing fewer of them for bullshit reasons should be a pretty easy sell. If they pose a safety concern for police officers, let's reduce the number they have to do. And you know what? If that just so happens to reduce the number of cops that we need, what a happy accident that would be.
An accident? An accident? An accident? What a happy accident!
Yes, there are so many of you. The point is, we have to stop the abusive practices associated with traffic stops. It's so obvious, even a child can see it.
A child?
A child?
A child!
Yes, well said. And if we can do this, then hopefully someday in the near future, fear of traffic stops will be nothing but a distant, haunting
memory!
Exactly. That is our show. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next week. Good night. Get down. Get down. Get down. You're not allowed up here. Get down. Get down. Come on, Moses. Get down. Get down. Bad cats. Bad cats. Look. Have a tour. See? Have a tour. You talk. You like that? You like that? You like that? You like it when it goes over there? You like it when it goes over here? You like it when it goes over here? Get it, cat. Get it, cat. Over to you. Over to you.
Feels like a dream, feels like magic. Now I believe I can have it. Tell me, all of my wishes came true. Felt like a
Tonight, we'd like to focus on something that's been talked about a little bit less, and that is business ventures, which, to be clear, are not to be confused with the unofficial Trump products that just have his name slapped on them like this.
He's here, everyone's favorite fish, Trumpy Trout.
No one has ever seen a fish like me.
Trumpy Trout is an animatronic talking fish with a big personality.
I am the hugely, bigliest fish in the pond.
Mount him to your wall or use the built-in stand to display him proudly on your desk. Now you'll never miss a Trumpy Trout rally.
I'm building a new pond, and the bass will pay for it.
We all see it, right? Please tell me that we all see it. They want you to put your dick in that, right? I'm not saying that's what I want to do. I'm saying that's what they want me to do. Why else would they design it like some sort of Bass Pro Shop sponsored flashlight? All I'm saying is, ladies, if your husband asks you for a Trumpy Trout this Christmas, it is over. Incidentally, according to the website, they allow returns in the first 60 days, no questions asked. Which feels like a huge mistake because I'm guessing their warehouse is now full of splooge-covered trout. Again, that is not an official Trump product. I only showed it to you to horrify you, and now you have 7 days to show that video to someone else. But there are lots of money-making ventures that do have Trump's seal of approval and from which money flows to him. And while all former presidents end up finding ways to make money, Trump is in a category all his own. Since he left office, his companies resumed their golf and real estate deals abroad, announcing projects in Saudi Arabia, Dubai and Vietnam. He's also been hawking official Trump coins, a Trump-branded Bible, and the Never Surrender high tops, which look like what Mr. T would wear with a tuxedo. Even more recently, he launched a line of Trump watches, with one retailing at $100,000.
The Trump Victory Tourbillon. This isn't just any watch, it's one of the best watches made. It's a tourbillon watch with almost 200 grams of gold and more than 100 real diamonds. That's a lot of diamonds. I love gold, I love diamonds, we all do.
Look, I think this goes without saying, but that is the ugliest watch I've ever seen in my life. It makes your wrist look like it's having a midlife crisis. It looks like it was made by melting down King Charles. It makes you look like you just fisted C-3PO. And look, the fact Trump is willing to slap his name on random products is nothing new. It's always been part of his MO. But the scope of his business ventures have actually escalated sharply recently, which in a way makes sense. Since leaving office, he's racked up millions in legal expenses and has multiple judgments hanging over him. There's the civil fraud case in New York, for which a judge ordered him to pay $355 million in damages, and the 2 civil cases brought by E. Jean Carroll, in which he was found to have sexually abused and defamed her, and for which he was ordered to pay about $88 million. Now, does nearly $500 million in penalties hanging over his head make the greediest man to ever live even greedier? Maybe, maybe not. After all, Trump is always operating at maximum greed, the same way the ocean is always operating at maximum wet. But it does mean he's a little more desperate, especially because if his appeals fail and he doesn't come up with the money, courts could order that his assets are seized and sold. So he's now more incentivized than ever to bring in as much money as possible. And if the election goes his way on Tuesday, he's got some troubling new ways of doing that. So tonight, let's look at Trump's businesses, what's changed about them since last time around, and what havoc they could wreak. And let's start with the fact that we always knew there were going to need to be ethical guardrails during Trump's first term. Unfortunately, what became clear was that our system of ethics was largely based on norms that could be ignored. For instance, Trump wasn't required to release his tax returns, so he didn't. Similarly, nearly all presidents since the 70s have put their assets into a blind trust, but Trump wasn't required to do that either, so he didn't. And even he was taken aback by this. Here he is, talking to reporters just a few days after he won the election.
I assumed that you'd have to set up some type of trust or whatever, and you don't. And I was actually a little bit surprised to see it.
Yeah, and I think we all know if Trump is not required to do something, he's not doing it. It's why he doesn't say he lost the last election, or hug his children, or bother to learn the fucking dance moves to the YMCA. For the love of God, move your arms above your shoulders, you human pot roast. Instead, Trump put his assets in a revocable trust that he could access anytime he wanted, run, by the way, by his sons and the company's CFO, a man who's since gone to jail twice for lying under oath and dodging taxes. So those were the norms he blew past, but he also ignored the few laws that were in place. For instance, the Emoluments Clause of the Constitution forbids the president to accept money payments or gifts of any kind whatever from foreign governments unless he obtains the consent of the Congress to do so. But an investigation released earlier this year of just the first 2 years of his presidency seemed to find some pretty clear violations.
The House Democrats' new report found that while Donald Trump was president, his businesses raked in $7.8 million from 20 foreign governments. Topping the chart, China, followed by Saudi Arabia and Qatar.
Right, foreign governments effectively paid millions to Trump by renting hotel rooms or other Trump-owned properties. And in any other universe, presidents accept money from foreign governments would be immediately disqualifying. Unfortunately, we live in this universe where a candidate for president has been criminally indicted 4 times and convicted of 34 felonies thus far. His running mate sees women as walking incubators, and Reba McEntire still hasn't done hot ones. This is not the ideal timeline. Trump's alleged violations of the Emoluments Clause were the subject of multiple lawsuits during his term. The problem is that term ended before a final court ruling, leading the Supreme Court to dismiss those cases as moot. Basically, he ran out the clock. So there is no evidence to suggest Trump won't carry on his personal enrichment in a second term. And it's worth talking about 2 key areas that weren't part of his financial portfolio last time: social media and cryptocurrency. And let's start with social media. Not long after leaving office, Trump started Trump Media. You may know of its flagship product, Truth Social, the MAGA version of Twitter, a phrase which is now totally redundant. Truth Social advertises a lot on Newsmax, where it fits in well with the other companies that advertise there. Because watch this ad break from the network, and I promise, we did not edit this at all.
No task too great. We are Americans, and the future belongs to us. The future belongs to all of you.
Join the conversation. Join the movement. Join Truth Social, where freedom lives.
Derriere, Caboose, La Droga, No matter what you call it, if you have hemorrhoids, your tushy is no laughing matter. So don't use a cream that treats your rear end like a joke.
That is perfect. I only wish they'd gone even harder on the butt names there. Derriere, caboose, booty, badonkadonk, cakes, sweet cheeks, glute shoot, wagon your dragon, meat seat, back porch, devil's canyon, moons over my fanny, Cinnabons, Stanley Tushy, Pillsbury Doughbutt, Jubbles McSqueeze, and trouser hams. I don't ask for much. Just an endless amount of butt names while you hawk hemorrhoid cream alongside Trump's even shittier Twitter. The concept of Truth Social was pitched to Trump at Mar-a-Lago by two former Apprentice contestants just 3 weeks after January 6th, naturally over cheeseburgers, Diet Cokes, and ice cream, proving once again Trump's lived every day like a 10-year-old having a big day out. The pitch for Trump media as a whole was that Trump would own the majority of the company without putting in any of his own money, effectively just leveraging his name. And since going public earlier this year, his stake soared to values as high as $5 billion, more than the estimated value of all his commercial real estate combined. It is now the biggest piece of his financial holdings by far. But crucially, that value is in no way reflective of the financial performance of the company itself, because its flagship product, Truth Social, isn't much to write home about. It's the 1174th most popular website on the internet, behind Guitar Center, Spirit Halloween, and theporndudes.com. And it's been a bit of a shit show right from the start, sometimes literally, given that even before Truth Social officially launched, people discovered an unreleased test version with an open sign-up page, and it became clear no one had bothered to reserve the username Donald J. Trump. So they grabbed their account and posted this picture of a pig shitting on its own scrotum. Fun fact, those accounts were suspended, suggesting Truth Social's not so much a platform where freedom lives as one where freedom kisses daddy's derriere, caboose, booty, badonkadonk. Either their filings show little revenue and large losses, but it's basically functioning as a meme stock right now, one that goes up because there is a frenzy around it online, but that frenzy is divorced from its underlying value. And don't take that from me. Just listen to this Fox Business correspondent.
There is really no profits here to this company. Its user base is a fraction of Twitter. It is literally blowing up because of the name Donald Trump. Now, maybe Trump can make it profitable. He hasn't been able to do that so far. So just be careful with this one.
Charlie Gasparino.
Don't say I didn't tell you.
I would love to meet the Fox viewer who's seconds away from spending $5,000 of his, let's be honest, ex-wife's money on Trump media stock. Is stopped by the words of dollar store Tony Danza there. Although I'm pretty sure that viewer doesn't actually exist. I'm guessing anyone about to buy Trump media stock will only be stopped by accidentally electrocuting themselves while fucking the Trumpy trouts. And because presidents are incredibly not covered by federal conflict of interest law, Trump could use the power of the office to boost the stock by, for instance, deciding he's only going to communicate through Truth Social from now on. But that is just the beginning here. American companies seeking government favors could buy ads on the platform, and foreign governments looking to score points with Trump could buy shares. For instance, the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund, say, could buy a ton of stock in Trump media, causing the price to soar, but it would also then have the power to tank the value of shares by dumping them, rendering Trump's stock worthless. That is a lot of power for a foreign government to have over a president's net worth. And at least with Trump media, there are some long-established restrictions publicly traded companies have to operate under. But that is not the case with Trump's other new venture, cryptocurrency. Interestingly, he was initially very anti-crypto, saying that Bitcoin seems like a scam. But 2 years ago, he ventured into NFTs, and that experience seems to have changed his mind. And let's take a moment to talk about those NFTs, because they are absolutely bonkers. He launched the first ones with this announcement.
I'm doing my first official Donald J. Trump NFT collection right here and right now. They're called Trump Digital Trading Cards. These cards feature some of the really incredible artwork pertaining to my life and my career. Go to collecttrumpcards.com right now, and remember, Christmas is coming, and this makes a great Christmas gift.
First, no, it doesn't. Imagine the look of disappointment on someone's face to find out on Christmas morning that instead of a real gift, they got a glorified JPEG. Even the Trumpiest of uncles will be like, I don't want this shit. I asked for a fucking NutriBullet. Also, referring to the NFTs as artwork pertaining to my life and career is bold, because I do not remember a time when Trump was an astronaut, a superhero, or had this body. Nevertheless, that first collection sold out in less than a day, something that thrilled Trump so much he released 3 more sets, meaning there's now a plethora of weird images of him out there, from him as Iron Man, to Elvis, to a superhero with laser vision, to the most unbelievable of all, Trump as a well-adjusted family man with a loving pet dog who hosts barbecues for his friends. I'm sorry, that is stretching the human imagination too far. The guy who got Trump into NFTs is Bill Zanker, who co-authored Trump's 2007 book, Think Big and Kick Ass in Business and Life. His claim to fame was found in the adult education company, The Learning Annex, which in its heyday taught classes like how to flirt, how to cheat on your spouse, and how to talk to your cat. Classes I assume you need to take in that order. But Trump has made a lot of money off these worthless pieces of shit. His most recent financial disclosure says he earned over $7 million in his NFT licensing deal. And since then, he's significantly embraced the crypto community. And in September, announced this brand new venture.
So this new Trump-backed business called World Liberty Financial yet to release key details about its finances or exact purpose. Its website, though, prominently features photos of Trump and touts a digital currency. Trump and his sons, Eric and Don Jr., are pitching this platform as a way for American households to buy or sell cryptocurrencies and to go around, quote, big banks and financial elites.
It's true, Trump has his own crypto platform now, which is immediately alarming even before you go to its website. I see that one of the company's advisors is someone called Ogle, whose headshot is a cartoon wearing a gas mask and who is from an organization called Glue. And look, I'm sure Ogle is awesome at glue, but it's not a great sign that a financial platform is being officially advised by what appears to be a 12-year-old's Fortnite character. On that website, Barron, Eric, and Don Jr. are described as Web3 ambassadors, and Trump's referred to as chief crypto advocate. And if those titles sound incredibly vague to you, that is true of the entire enterprise. All we really know is that the company intends to build a platform that will allow users to trade, borrow, and lend cryptocurrencies. They've launched a governance token, which they say will eventually allow users to vote on how the project is run, and so far they've sold $14 million worth of them, despite the fact they currently have no real rights and can't be traded because they're non-transferable. One crypto analyst said, I don't even know if you could say it's a speculative token because it's not built for anything yet. It's like a receipt for something that hasn't been made. Which is so disappointing to me because that's not the standard you'd expect from a company being advised by Ogle. Not Ogle from Glue. Apparently, once the broader platform is launched, 75% of net revenue will flow to a company Trump owns. So this is yet another project that Trump will profit off just by slapping his name on it. The real work, though, will be done by others. And it is worth meeting those others, because the key people behind the company are 2 guys named Chase Hero and Zach Folkman. They were previously involved in Dove Finance, a crypto platform that was hacked in July and was led to the theft of $2 million. Hero has described himself as the dirtbag of the internet and previously sold weight loss colon cleanses and a $149 a month get-rich-quick class. He also owns a 34-foot boat called Clickbait, because of course he does, and once described crypto like this.
You can literally sell in a can, wrapped in piss, covered in human skin for $1 billion if the story's right. Because people will buy it, and that is what is going on in the crypto space. And like I said in my other video, I'm not going to question the right and wrong of all that. All I'm saying is, as a human being, you have the ability to make a ton of money right now.
First, stop driving. Pull over, take a weed gummy, and chill the fuck out. You're screaming. Second, this video makes me genuinely sad to think about if they remade The Music Man today. Hustlers used to wear straw hats, 3-piece suits, and be able to pat a song like a proper gentleman. Now, all we get are wannabe turtles from Entourage yelling about shit cans while likely committing vehicular manslaughter. As for Zach Folkman, he used to run a service called Date Hotter Girls, where he taught masterclasses on how to become the ultimate alpha male. Here he is in action.
If you want to take her home, tell her about the awesome margaritas that you're going to make at your place. Tell her about the really sweet balcony you have at your place. Tell her about, some video that you saw on YouTube that you have to show her. And, get her home. Now, the fact of the matter is this, flashy? No, not at all. But, I mean, how many guys came here to learn how to be flashy? Okay. How many guys came here to learn how to take girls home and bang them?
Look. I know that we've shown you a lot of really sad clips over the years, but that honestly might be the most heartbreaking. From his whole vibe that could be best be described as worst Jared Leto, to the fact the seminar's taking place in what appears to be the lobby of a Hilton Garden Inn, to him using the word bang for sex like he's a one-line extra in a production of Grease. But the worst part might be that his grand plan to teach men to date hotter girls is to tell them about how cool his house is, like an 8-year-old talking to someone in the pool on vacation. Yeah, my house had the balcony, and we have a flushy machine, and I'm allowed to watch YouTube. Watch me do a dolphin kick. Also, for the record, no woman is going to get enticed home to bang with a YouTube video. Ask anyone who's been stuck in an apartment while a man shows her a 12-minute Best of Mythbusters compilation. There is nothing on earth less horny. And look, I don't have to show you another clip from Zach, but that doesn't mean that I'm not going to do that.
A good example of the conversation bait is that question, or like saying, like, you know, you have an accent, don't you? Because the fact is what could a girl possibly say to that? Like, what, she's either going to say yes, no, or why would you ask me that, right? Like, I mean, I can promise you, because I've said this thousands of times, and that's the only 3 answers I've ever heard.
I believe that. And you know, for the record, Zach, women talk. I guarantee you, every woman's restroom in every bar he tried that in had a full debrief on this man, and it was not good. But remember, Trump is in business with this guy. The potential next president of the United States is partnering not just with him, but also with the dirtbag of the internet to pursue a shared goal of, quote, reshaping the financial landscape. And all of that would be bad enough, but there's a much broader problem here, and that is that crypto is in its infancy. And there are many questions regarding how it should be regulated in the future. No substantive laws have been passed by Congress, and no rules have been written into regulation. So the next president can have a huge say on not only how those laws are shaped, but how they're enforced. And Trump's already signaled a lax attitude toward regulation. Just this summer, he addressed the Bitcoin 2024 conference and promised that once he's president, we will have regulations, but the rules will be written by people who love your industry. He also mentioned SEC Chairman Gary Gensler, who is hated by crypto advocates because he's been aggressive in pursuing scammers and believes in regulating crypto as securities using existing law. And just watch Trump feed off the energy of the crowd.
On day one, I will fire Gary Gensler and appoint a new SEC chairman. I didn't know he was that unpopular. Well, I didn't know he was that unpopular. Let me say it again. On day one, I will fire Gary Gensler.
Whoa. Yeah, Trump will do anything if it gets him applause. He's like Tinkerbell if Tinkerbell also kind of quoted Hitler and called Neverland a shithole country. So if Trump wins, it's expected that he directly influence regulations that could determine if his own crypto company succeeds or fails. One expert described it as conflict of interest 101. A class I assume was once offered at Bill Zanker's The Learning Annex. This is obviously extremely dangerous, but especially in a space that's so new. As one ethics lawyer described it, Trump's prior conflicts took advantage of pre-existing loopholes. But with crypto, Trump appears to be promising to create the loopholes while also using a business venture to exploit them. The point is, it was clear before Trump was elected that he'd use the presidency to enrich himself. But in a second term, the landscape's very different. We're no longer just talking about a tacky Florida country club that CEOs or foreign officials can visit for special access to the president. It's two new companies in branches of technology that we're still trying to figure out how to regulate that could expose him to new levels of risk and provide avenues for people to funnel money to him and influence him. And look, none of this is the biggest reason not to vote for him, but it's another good one to put alongside the many, many others, from his policies to his personality to the fact that we should never, ever have a president who has inspired this fucking thing. And now, if you'll excuse me, I have to send something back for a full refund. I understand there are no questions asked.
Синупред – немецкий фитопрепарат против синусита. Синупред экстракт – концентрированная форма с усиленным действием.
For our second story tonight. For our second story tonight, we're going to keep talking about immigration. I'm intimately familiar with the US immigration process, having finally become a citizen in 2019. It was a long, stressful process capped by a moving naturalization ceremony at which, among other things, I gave this awkward thumbs up. And also, I got this little flag. But one part of the ceremony stuck in my head, and it's something millions of naturalized citizens have experienced. Here's footage from a different ceremony that same year, where they explain what's about to happen.
At this time, please direct your attention to the front for a congratulatory message from President Donald Trump, followed by an inspirational video presentation of God Bless the USA by Lee Greenwood.
It's true. Right after a message from the president, everyone there had to sit through a music video for Lee Greenwood's God Bless the USA, and it's exactly as weird as it sounds. Here is what it was like in that room.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. But I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you, and if it hurts still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Yeah, at one of the most meaningful moments of your life, everyone feels compelled to awkwardly wave their little flag around while thinking, how long is this song exactly? And I got curious about the presence of that song at the ceremony, so we did some digging. But before we get into any of that, a bit of background on God Bless the USA, which is undeniably a very patriotic song. Since its release in 1984, it's had multiple surges in popularity, usually at difficult moments for the country. General Norman Schwarzkopf is said to have played the song to his staff the night before Operation Desert Storm, and after 9/11, it was so ubiquitous, it re-entered the singles charts, peaking at number 16. And while Lee Greenwood's repeatedly claimed his song is apolitical, he definitely isn't. He's performed it at a lot of conservative events over the years. Here he is, singing it for Ronald Reagan at the 1988 RNC. Here he is, modifying the words to God Bless the NRA for one of their national conventions. And here he is, becoming the third person ever inducted into the CPAC Hall of Fame, while receiving something that looks less like an award and more like the world's first Ferrero Rocher pigeon. More recently, Greenwood's been a big booster for President Trump. He played his inaugural, introduced Trump at this year's Republican convention, and serenaded him early this month when he returned to Butler, Pennsylvania, making his music the second worst thing to happen to someone's ears there. Now, interestingly, Greenwood's never had a hit anywhere close to God Bless the USA, something he insists he's totally fine with. He said, if you're going to have to be known for something, be known for something really powerful and really good. I'd hate to have Purple Rain or Margaritaville be my signature song, which is just a wild drive-by against two objectively better artists. You'd hate to be known for Margaritaville? A song that became a restaurant franchise and a Broadway musical? Bullshit! And I'm not even touching the Purple Rain thing, because Prince isn't known for Purple Rain. He's known for being Prince, except for in the 90s, when he was known for being whatever the fuck this is. But to be clear, his signature song is all of them. But the truth is, a lot of people do love God Bless the USA, and Greenwood's found as many ways as possible to monetize that fact, selling God Bless the USA fireworks, a children's book, silver coins, and even this.
Introducing the limited edition God Bless the USA Bible, inspired by Lee Greenwood's patriotic anthem. The God Bless the USA large print leather-bound King James Bible also contains America's founding documents, the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and the Pledge of Allegiance, along with the handwritten chorus to Lee Greenwood's song, God Bless the USA.
Now, if doing that to a Bible seems a bit odd to you, you are not alone. Even Christianity Today published a blog post criticising it, saying, "We agree that it's essential to know the contents of this nation's founding documents. We do not believe, however, that they should be published as though they are an extension of God's word." A line of critique the president of the marketing company that created the Bible responded to by saying, "It's got separation pages." To which I really hope Christianity Today responded, "Ooh, separation pages, la-di-da. We didn't know it had separation pages. Fuck you." But they probably didn't do that because, you know. Also, for what it's worth, this doesn't really look separated. That's the printed words of the Bible next to the handwritten words of a song chorus looking like a yearbook signature from your worst classmate. Proud to be an American where at least I know I'm free. Jesus Christ, Dylan C. Just write keep in touch. Space is limited and you're not even hot. Oh, one more thing. That Bible costs $60. And if you're thinking, who'd be so nakedly crass to be associated with a $60 Lee Greenwood branded Bible, you already know the answer to that.
I'm proud to be partnering with my very good friend Lee Greenwood. Who doesn't love his song, God Bless the USA, in connection with promoting the God Bless the USA Bible. All Americans need a Bible in their home, and I have many. It's my favorite book. It's a lot of people's favorite book.
Sure, yeah, sure. It's your favourite book. That is why the most famous time you were seen with the Bible, you held it like a model on Deal or No Deal, showing off the briefcase number, then like you're about to kill a mosquito with it, and then just stared at it like you'd never seen a book before. Fun fact, Trump apparently made $300,000 for endorsing that Bible. We asked Lee Greenwood how much he made, and he declined to answer, but said, "Yes, I have made money from the Bible. It is part of business." And it doesn't end there. In 2016, Greenwood filed a trademark for the phrase God Bless the USA, stating it would be used on accent pillows, decorative centerpieces of wood, decorative wall hangings, not of textile, home decor, and accessories. Basically, the entire left side of any home goods store. That application was rejected in 2017 and again on appeal in 2020 because, as one article put it, the Trademark Office regularly rejects proposed marks where consumers would likely perceive them as merely communicating the ordinary meaning of words. A truly fantastic reason to refuse a trademark. We'd love to help you, but legally speaking, you're basic. But that does make sense. God Bless the USA is clearly a generic sentiment. It's certainly no "it's 5 o'clock somewhere," a phrase successfully trademarked, by the way, by Margaritaville Enterprises, LLC. Suck it. The point is, Lee Greenwood is clearly very focused on making money for Lee Greenwood, even when doing things that might appear altruistic. Just watch as he makes this special offer regarding an upcoming concert.
In all of our shows, I don't care where they are, we always honor our veterans. We want to make sure that veterans and their caregivers can come to our performance. So if your listeners will go to our website, leegreenwood.com, and adopt a vet. For $100, you can put a vet and a caregiver in a seat to watch this amazing television production.
But that's not charity. He's not giving anything away. He's just getting a different person to pay $100 for tickets to his concert and telling people to make sure veterans can come at seemingly no financial cost to himself. It's like that phrase about our vets. All gave some gave all. Lee gets 40% of the door. And all that brings us back to his song's presence at my and many other citizenship ceremonies, because even that has been a revenue stream for him. Because when Greenwood's reps found out his song was being played at ceremonies, they apparently forced USCIS to enter into a settlement negotiations to compensate him. We found that sentence in a government-commissioned report on intellectual property law, but it didn't contain much info on what's happened since. But we wanted to know more. So, a few years ago, we filed a Freedom of Information Act request and found out the government ultimately paid $22,000 to Universal Music, Greenwood's music publisher, for a 6-year licensing contract, including nearly 4 years in back pay, which is both a surprisingly small amount of money and also, I would argue, $22,000 too much. But it gets much weirder from there, because in 2018, the government signed a new deal to license the publishing rights for around $700 a year. But then during the pandemic, there was a snag with payments because the government wanted to pay with a credit card, but Universal insisted it couldn't take credit card payments. I cannot tell you how many emails about this particular problem there were. In the wake of that issue, there was apparently a lot of confusion about whether the government could use the song at ceremonies or not. because we turned up emails between immigration employees like, is the Lee Greenwood song allowed now? And I want to make sure I'm not losing my mind. Have we been given the okay to play Lee Greenwood again? There's even an exchange with someone asking, am I the only one who loves that song? And getting the very firm reply, yes, you are. Eventually, it became clear they didn't have a license to use the song anymore. And staffers were told last November, it is very important to reiterate that we no longer have the licensing rights to play the Lee Greenwood God Bless the USA song. A message that still didn't seem to get through, though, given a news article from this May about a New Jersey ceremony mentions new citizens being called up one at a time as Lee Greenwood's God Bless the USA played. And honestly, I'm not sure why it's being played at ceremonies at all, not just contractually or even musically, but because Greenwood's past remarks about immigrants have been, to say the least, off message. Here he is a few years ago at CPAC.
Here we are at a free country. We can do what we want. We have immigrants who come here all the time. And they need to know this. They need to know we're still a Western country that believes in God. That's it.
No, that is not it. And fellow immigrants, I cannot stress this enough. Do not listen to Lee Greenwood, because among other things, you will fail your citizenship test. The fact Americans are free to have any religion or none whatsoever is an answer to 4 separate questions on it, including what is freedom of religion? So pay attention to what's actually on the test, not the man dressed like a loan shark in mourning. And when it comes to undocumented immigration, Greenwood will quickly jump to the negative like this.
My song, God Bless the USA, is used in the welcome film along with the national anthem and the welcome from the President of the United States. That makes me extremely proud. What does not make me proud is that any administration prior who has not sealed our border and stopped people from China, from Iran, or any terrorist organization who would fly to Mexico and come across the border illegally, filter into our nation, and waiting till they're told to be the next terrorist attack. It is coming.
Okay, that is obviously idiotic, but I love the idea. Aspiring terrorists are just sitting around and waiting to be told they're America's next terrorist attack, like they're on Bravo's most controversial new reality show. And look, maybe you can look past all this. The fact Greenwood's a tacky Bible salesman with views completely at odds with everything a naturalization ceremony represents. Maybe you can stomach his song being used on the grounds it's a uniquely American tribute to this singular country. But is it? Because it turns out, just 5 years after he released God Bless the USA, he released a... It doesn't rhyme! You cannot keep... Defend her still today if you're not willing to sing God Bless You Canada. You can't do it! But the point is, he took his quintessentially American song and switched a few words so it would be about Canada instead. The rest of it is him just finding and replacing Canadian places for American ones. Take a listen.
From the shores of Nova Scotia to the forests in BC, Montreal to Winnipeg, from sea to shining sea.
Come on! You can't just pack your song in with place names like a Mad Libs and call it a day. You know why? Because you'll get real YouTube comments like this one say, I am from Rwanda and Mr. Greenwood has not made a version for us yet. See? It's a slippery slope, Lee. All of this is to say, for multiple reasons, I'd argue Lee Greenwood's song should never again be played at citizenship ceremonies because they deserve one genuinely unique to this country. A song that celebrates the nation new Americans are about to join and the process that they've been through while also not soft-pedaling some hard truths about it. And the good news is, I think we actually have the perfect song and it's performed by an actual American treasure. And not only will we not charge the government $700 a year for it, we're not assholes. We'll actually pay them $701 a year if they agree to play it at naturalization ceremonies from now on. And I can tell you more about it, but honestly, I think it's probably best just to show it to you.
You studied hard, you did your best, filled out the forms and passed the test. Now you're part of a land that's so God blessed. And starting today, you're American. There's corn dogs and apple pie, fireworks lighting up the sky, NASCAR rodeo barbecue.
That stuff's American, now so are you. And our presidents and our laws, I think it's time to mention our flaws. We're a real big country with real big problems. We're kinda hoping you can help us solve them. Televangelists and fossil fuels, metal detectors in all our schools, private prisons and Mountain Dew. That stuff's American, now they're your problem too. Dead and CTE, the war on drug Scientology, Boeing Airlines and Ted fucking Cruz. They're all American, now so are you. Nowadays it's harder to be free. Hard to be the country that we ought to be. You weren't born here, you volunteered to join your faith to the grave and the just blame. Forget many boys, truck nuts and jet ski tricks, Santa Claus and food on sticks, thousands of medical bankruptcies, plantation weddings and Chuck E. Cheese, big goats and LFB, tornadoes filled Halloween. Holy shit, I just remembered the coup. That's us American. We sure ain't perfect, but here's to the fight. The brightest future is the one you're right. Wherever you come from, wherever you roam, fellow Americans, fellow Americans, fellow Americans, welcome
That's our show. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you next week. Good night.
Why do so many people trust iHerb for their health and wellness products? Simple. We guarantee freshness and ship fast to your doorstep. So, fitness fanatics, stretchaholics, even the good doctor here, they all trust iHerb to deliver the freshest, high-quality health and wellness products on earth. iHerb.
Не пропусти скидки от Local в ноябре. Докторская колбаса Филетти 1 килограмм за 95 леев 99 банов. Шпроты в масле Провета 150 грамм за 19 леев 99 банов. Пиво Корона Экстра 355 миллилитров за 23 лея 99 банов. Увидимся в Local. В супермаркете честных цен не существует. Безопасного уровня употребления алкоголя. Чрезмерное употребление алкоголя вредит вашему здоровью.
Our main story tonight is about voting, the only adult endeavour that gives out stickers, which is a shame. There really should be more of them. I voted is nice, but I'd also like, I went to the dentist, or I did my taxes, or I jogged, or full disclosure, I didn't go to the dentist, I made an appointment for the dentist, but that isn't nothing. That said, getting a sticker for voting is certainly welcome, and as we've mentioned before, if you live in Michigan, you might get a really good one this year.
12-year-old Jane Hymas is the artist behind this creation. It's actually one of 9 stickers that Michigan voters will receive after casting their ballots.
I want it to be a symbol of powerfulness. I want people to be proud of it when they're voting. When they actually get the sticker, it's like, hey, I just voted. And, you know, it's pretty encouraging, I think.
Yeah, it is, and the founding fathers should frankly be ashamed that they didn't ensure voting came with complimentary werewolf swag. I cannot believe it took nearly 250 years for a young Michigan genius to solve that obvious flaw in our democracy. This election is inexplicably close. The average of polls in the 7 key battleground states all show the candidates within 1 or 2 points. And if you heard that and didn't shit yourself, congratulations, you just earned a sticker for that. Clearly, we don't know what's ahead on election night, though I can confidently predict a few things. First, a little khaki nerd on through the touchscreen will inspire some of the most depraved thirst tweets the internet's ever seen. Second, regardless of the results, Nate Silver will tweet, actually, this is exactly what I said could happen, in a heated argument with a 14-year-old with a SpongeBob avatar who only tweets Nate Silver peas upside down. And finally, if Trump loses, he will not concede gracefully. He's already said he will only accept the results if it's a fair and legal and good election. And he's been laying the groundwork to cry foul if he loses.
The only thing they do well, they cheat. Their policies are no good, their government is no good, their management is no good, but they cheat like nobody can cheat. They cheat. They cheated in the last election, and they're going to cheat in this election. Look, if we can keep the cheating down to a minimum, because these people cheat. They cheat like hell. If we can keep it down to a minimum, we win easily. We have to vote, and we have to make sure that we stop them from cheating, because they cheat like dogs.
Look, I get that he's just trying to rile up his base there, but I will not sit idly by while he slanders dogs. Hey, dogs, look at me. You are beautiful, you are special, and you matter. As for cats, you don't need my validation, and you know it. Trump and his campaign have co-opted the phrase election interference to refer to pretty much anything, from the multiple indictments against him to the Fed's recent decision to cut interest rates, with Trump at one point even posting election interference, never surrender, with his own mugshot. And for the record, that is a terrible mugshot. Johnny Cash, that's how you do it. Laid back cool. Frank Sinatra, my, that guy fucks. Am I right, Roland? Trump's, on the other hand, looks like the photographer asked him if he could shit from standing. The point is, we need to be ready for the possibility that the mess that happened last time could happen again, especially because Trump hasn't faced any real consequences for it. He's even bragged that he's become more popular in the wake of his indictment.
It's so crazy that my poll numbers go up. Whoever heard you get indicted for interfering with a presidential election where you have every right to do it? You get indicted and your poll numbers go up.
Yeah, it is fucking crazy. When the Watergate tapes came out, Nixon had to resign in disgrace. If that happened today, he'd probably be able to release them all as an audiobook and win a fucking Grammy. But it's more than just talk. Trump and his supporters have taken active steps to undermine the upcoming election, and given it's now just over 3 weeks away, let's talk about some of the attempts they've made to subvert this election. And we're going to focus on a few areas: the lies they've told to undermine confidence in the process, the steps they've taken to sow chaos in the voter rolls, and the groundwork they've laid to turn the post-election period into a nightmare. And let's start by briefly revisiting what happened last time, because you probably remember the biggest headlines: Trump refusing to concede, which ultimately led to January 6th. But so much other weird shit happened that you may have blocked out, like when Giuliani insisted Will Smith's late father voted, or when the theory spread that an Italian defense contractor worked with US intelligence to rig the election, or when a group called Cyber Ninjas audited the ballots in Arizona. And as this outside observer noted, they were looking for the weirdest possible smoking gun.
There's accusations that 40,000 ballots were flown in to Arizona, and it was stuffed into the box, okay? And it came from the southeast part of the world, Asia, okay? And what they're doing is to find out if there's bamboo in the paper.
Yeah. Cyber Ninjas tried to prove foreign interference by looking for bamboo in the ballot paper, which feels like the plot of a racist, straight-to-streaming political thriller where Steven Seagal saves President James Woods from wokeness. The last election was incredibly dumb, but let's not forget, it was also incredibly stupid. And all this happened despite a joint statement from federal election infrastructure officials calling it the most secure election in American history. Now, the good news is there have been some positive developments. Since then, Congress passed this act, which, among other things, explicitly prevents a vice president from just throwing out votes they don't like, as Trump famously urged Pence to do. Also, Trump's not an incumbent this time, so he can't do things like pressure the DOJ to legitimize claims of fraud. And finally, the election deniers who ran to be the chief election officers in swing states in 2022 all lost, and that is great. Unfortunately, it is also basically the end of the good news here, because the false claims of election fraud have stuck. A poll in January found more than a third of Americans still do not accept Biden's victory as legitimate. And Trump and his allies have been ramping up their lies as Election Day approaches. And I want to focus on one in particular, the claim that a lot of non-citizens are going to be voting. That claim is nothing new for Trump or indeed for Republicans. But he's now pushing it like never before.
Right now you have illegal aliens coming into our country. many from prisons and many from mental institutions, and they want to give them votes. A lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. They are working full-time to sign these people, many of them murderers, to vote so they can cheat on the election.
Okay. Skipping the fact that this theory is caked in racism, how does it even make sense? You really think people would flee their homes, travel under dangerous conditions to enter this country just to vote? It's like assuming someone would break into a bank just so they could free the pens from their chains. Why would they do that? It's just not worth the risk. But Trump's not alone in pushing this claim. He has support from conservative think tanks like the Heritage Foundation, the same group that brought you Project 2025, which started something called the Oversight Project. This summer, they released this video, which got a lot of play in right-wing circles.
The apartment complex Elliott Norcross in Norcross, Georgia, is occupied primarily by non-citizens. We visited the complex to ask residents two questions. Are you a citizen, and are you registered to vote? Shockingly, 14% of respondents admitted to being non-citizens registered to vote.
We come from a company that is dedicated to registering Hispanic people so they can vote in upcoming elections. Are you already registered? We already voted. You already voted? Yes. Are you a citizen or?
No.
Have you already been registered or?
Yeah.
Are you a citizen or?
No.
Now, that video got boosted by Elon Musk, who called it extremely disturbing, and it went viral, despite the fact the Oversight Project itself admitted it was unable to find the people they talked to on the state voter rolls, and state investigators found no evidence that any of the 7 people on that tape had ever registered to vote. Meanwhile, one of the women featured confirmed she wasn't registered to vote, and only said she was because she just wanted them to go away. And no shit, I don't care who is at the door, I don't want to talk to you. It could be me coming from the future with a dire necessary warning. I'm not listening, I'm just nodding, and I'm slowly closing the door as we're talking. And yet, they claimed that if the 14% hit rate they found held true, statewide, it would equate to over 47,000 non-citizens registered to vote in Georgia. And look, obviously, the idea that there are thousands of non-citizens voting is ridiculous. For one thing, when Georgia looked back over 25 years of its elections, it found that of the 1,600 people who tried to register to vote and whose citizenship could not be verified, none of them had cast ballots. Plus, an analysis of the Heritage Foundation's own nationwide database of 1,500 proven instances of voter fraud found just 68 documented cases of non-citizens voting, going all the way back to the 1980s, with just 10 involving people living in the country illegally. 10 people in the last 4 decades. That is statistically nothing. More people die from hippo attacks every year. Just something fun to think about next time you're fawning over pictures of Mu Deng. She could kill you, and she would kill you, and happily. And that video isn't even the weirdest lie about non-citizens that's been passed around. Maria Bartiromo also spread this doozy.
What about all these immigrants at these DMV offices where people are going to try to go get a license? They can't get an appointment at the DMV because it's jam-packed with illegals. The person that spoke to me about this weekend, identified several places in Texas where he couldn't get in. The first one was in Weatherford. A massive line of immigrants getting licensed. They had a tent and a table outside the front door of the DMV registering them to vote. It was all, the signs were in Spanish. It was an obvious Democrat operation on this vote, and he said,
okay, we'll get into why that is nonsense in a second, but I'm genuinely curious about the person who saw a massive line at the DMV, and their instinct was, this must be illegals registering to vote, and not the DMV functioning like it has since the dawn of time. Do they blame all common inconveniences on immigration? Oh shit, I burned my mouth on this coffee. The illegals must be brewing it extra hot to burn our tongues into silence. And while you might instinctively know that claim is bullshit, it's even dumber than you think. As Bartiromo explained, her source was a friend of a friend's wife. Something that didn't stop her happily regurgitating it on the news. And if you like that, you can find well-sourced stories like it on Forward, 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 Forward with your drunkest aunt, Sundays at 10 on Fox Business. Unsurprisingly, those claims were quickly debunked. For one thing, Weatherford, Texas doesn't have a DMV. And in the place that you can get a driver's license there, the Department of Public Safety, no such tents or tables were set up outside the office all that week. And even if this had happened, which it didn't, as the local GOP chair explained, all voter registrations are uploaded to the Texas Secretary of State's database to verify applicants' eligibility to vote, including citizenship. And not only have there been no recent instances of ineligible individuals attempting to register in that county, there had only been 2 in the last 15 years. And yet, just 2 days after Bartiromo spewed that on national TV, Texas AG Ken Paxton announced an investigation into reports that organizations may be illegally registering non-citizens to vote. And that is actually a bit of a pattern for Paxton. He'll loudly start voter fraud investigations, and even when they amount to nothing, he'll have created the impression something is there. In fact, the same day he announced he was looking into Bartiromo's claims, his office announced a separate investigation into allegations of election fraud and vote harvesting targeting members of LULAC, the nation's oldest, largest Latino civil rights organization. And some of its members, like this woman, were even subjects of an early morning raid.
They scared the hell out of me.
87-year-old Lydia Martinez, who says she is LULAC's longest-serving volunteer, had her home raided as part of a voter fraud investigation by the Texas Attorney General. Martinez says up to 8 officers showed up at her home last Tuesday morning. They took her phone, her laptop, questioned her for hours, and made her wait outside.
I said, let me get dressed. And she said, oh, go outside.
What were you wearing?
My nightgown, and I had all these policemen around me. It was embarrassing, humiliating. I was so angry. It was horrible.
It's true, they hauled an 87-year-old great-grandmother out of her home in her nightgown, which is appalling. Paxton should know, as we all do, a nightgown is one of the worst things to haul a grandma out in. Right after, well, obviously a coffin, duh, but then there's a U-Haul, an anaconda, and finally, a novelty T-shirt reading, I shaved my balls for this. I think that's the worst one. And while thankfully, a federal judge recently shut down that investigation, saying it was unconstitutional, the fact is, lies and bullshit investigations have real consequences. 51% of adults are apparently concerned about non-citizen voting in the upcoming election, including 83% of Republicans. And some aren't waiting for the Ken Paxtons of the world to take action, which brings us to the fact there are now well-funded groups actively trying to, in their words, clean up the voter rolls. Here's the head of one of them, the Election Integrity Network, explaining the general idea.
I realized that we needed to focus on this threat of illegals voting in November, because I absolutely believe that that is how they are planning to try to steal the election this year. The only way we're going to be able to stop this is by having citizen action, looking at the DMVs, looking at the voter rolls in your county, looking at the voter rolls, watching, and basically creating a national neighborhood watch to try to find these pockets of non-citizens that are getting added to the rolls.
First, let's agree, every Rumble show looks like a high school AV club member interviewing the assistant principal after a school-wide Heelys ban. But also, a national neighborhood watch? It's not great. The model they want to emulate is basically, what if racial profiling was someone's hobby? That woman is a conservative activist named Cleta Mitchell. For the past 3 years, members of her group have, among other things, been scrutinizing voter rolls, looking for anyone they think shouldn't be on there. And they haven't always been shy about what they're looking for. In one Zoom session, an activist from the Detroit area suggested searching rolls for certain types of surnames, saying that, I think it's unfortunate, but sometimes the only way you can find out is to look for ethnic names. And thank goodness they prefaced that with, I think it's unfortunate. For a minute there, I thought that instruction to do racism was coming from a bad person. But it doesn't stop there. Groups like Mitchell's are now working with computer programs like these that automate the process of finding voters to challenge. For instance, this one trawls through everything from public voter registration data to business records to change of address databases to obituaries to find people to challenge because they may have died, moved, or be otherwise ineligible. Users can then make potentially thousands of challenges to voter eligibility with just a few clicks and send them to local election officials. And while they often claim that they're helping election boards do their jobs, officials will tell you being on the receiving end of an avalanche of challenges is exhausting, especially as they're usually just replicating work that's already happening.
There have been days where I've received a couple of thousand names. I've had to look each of those voters up one by one. Roughly 75 to 80% of the names they give me, we have already dealt with.
And the rest of the names?
Well, You would catch them anyway? There's safeguards built into the whole system for any issue you can dream of.
Exactly. They're basically just creating busy work for that man who frankly does not need that. He works in a giant warehouse full of suitcases that gets so little natural light, the only place he can go on vacation is on his shirt. That man needs a beach, a Mai Tai, and for all the vigilante vote police to leave him the fuck alone. Most of these citizen-led challenges are either redundant, like he just said, or flawed, because they're completely reliant on public databases that may contain errors without having access to the protected personal information available to election officials. That is why programs like these can often generate false positives, like, for instance, flagging voters who share the same name and birth date but are actually different people. And getting flagged can be intensely frustrating. Just listen to this man, who lives in the same county where our exhausted official works.
I have been voting here for 2 decades. As we can see, I am real. I am here. I am talking to you.
If you're wondering why Daniel Moss is defending his existence, it's because of this list.
That's my first name. That's my last name.
Of thousands of voter registrations in Denton County being challenged as ineligible.
Finding out that I'm on some sort of hit list of people who shouldn't be voting. I was pretty pissed off.
Daniel Moss's challenge came from someone he doesn't even know.
I want to say it was Nancy.
Nancy lives in the same county and single-handedly sent in thousands of challenges this year.
Nancy sends me something every day.
I bet she does. You can hear the exhaustion in his voice there. Nancy sends me something every day. And she'll keep sending me things until I'm a husk of the husk I am now. And a gentle breeze carries me away to some beautiful place where there are no more Nancys. The point is, just a handful of people can cause a huge amount of problems. Last year in Waterford, Michigan, a county clerk improperly cut more than 1,000 voters from their rolls in response to challenges from one 79-year-old resident who believed the last election was stolen. And challenges have been particularly intense in the swing state of Georgia, where because of a new state law there, anyone can now bring an unlimited number of challenges against anyone in their county, which then have to be heard within 10 business days. Since that bill was passed, more than 180,000 citizen challenges have been filed, with the vast majority by just 6 people, which is ridiculous. A group sowing that much chaos should not be able to fit inside the Titan submersible. Although, since they can, I'd actually be happy to pay for their trip. I hear it's beautiful down there, guys. Georgia voters have been challenged for stupid reasons like tiny mismatches between their mailing address and where they're registered. This man showed up at a meeting last spring after he was challenged because his address was mistakenly recorded as North Pine Drive Drive instead of just North Pine Drive. And this woman had an even more infuriating.
My rights was challenged. I've been saying the same address for since 2011.
Voters like LaKendra Graham. She says she lived on Confederate Avenue in Atlanta, the name of which the city changed with great fanfare to United Avenue in 2019. Not her fault, she told the board in March.
It's a waste of my time because I'm here when I have other things to do. I have a job.
Yeah, that's a total waste of her time, which could frankly be better spent on working or shopping or figuring out why the fuck that street name wasn't changed any earlier than 2019. And while the vast majority of these challenges fail, they can have a chilling effect. In the words of one attorney, they're more likely to disenfranchise or intimidate or confuse voters than they are to actually turn up people ineligible to vote, which is both infuriating and, one might suspect, kind of the point here. And while so far we've been looking at preemptive strikes ahead of the election, there's one final strand of fuckery I want to mention, whose main effects will only be seen in the days following November 5th, and that is some of the changes made to boards that certify elections. Because what I mentioned earlier, that deniers who ran for chief election officer in swing states lost, there are still significant numbers of them on the state and local level. One analysis found that in these 6 key swing states, there are nearly 70 pro-Trump election conspiracies who are currently working as county election officials. And maybe the most striking shift has been in Georgia, where, uniquely among swing states, Republicans are in charge of the governorship, the House, and the Senate. And they have used that power decisively to, among other things, reshape the 5-member state elections board. These 3 Trump-friendly members have now been installed, all of whom have questioned the results of the 2020 election, and Trump loves them so much, he even called them out by name at a rally.
3 members, Janice Johnson, Rick Jeffries, and Janelle King, 3 people, are all pit bulls fighting for honesty, transparency, and victory. They're fighting. Are they here? Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? Thank you. What a job. Thank you.
Wow, the fact that Trump is shouting them out like they're each the birthday boy or girl at Chuck E. Cheese is not a great sign. Nor is it great that one of them, Rick Jeffries, even told a Trump campaign advisor that if they win in November, he wants to join their administration, saying, if you all can't figure out who you want to be the EPA director for the Southeast, I'd like to have it. Which might be the first time I've heard of political corruption having a vibe that screams, no worries if not. Now, I have to tell you, all 3 have pushed back on the insinuation that they're working for Trump, with one saying she's faced character assassination, media murder, and lawfare lynching. And to get ahead of your question, yes, it was the old white lady who said that. But in August and September, incredibly late in this election cycle, the board passed a bunch of new rules that will make it much easier to sow doubt in the certification process. One of them requires a full hand count of ballots in each precinct to take place either the night of the election or the next day, and which must be done by just 3 individuals per precinct, which might sound reasonable to you, but as experts have explained, that has the potential to cause chaos.
I brought with me 1,872 pages of paper representing what a stack of ballots could look like on a busy counting day. And busier, larger precincts may have even more than this number. If I were to hand this stack of paper to 3 random people in this room, especially at the end of a long voting day, and ask them to arrive at the same total number, do we think that's feasible? Counting large numbers of anything one by one is an incredibly tedious process and not one humans are well equipped for. People doing a hand count are going to make mistakes, which can then be exploited to spread lies and sow further distrust in our elections and our election officials.
Yeah, of course, if you handed 3 exhausted people that stack of paper and told them to have the exact same number by morning, you're not guaranteed the same answer. At best, you get a scenario that would give most people a panic attack and the count an instant orgasm. Dozens of election officials have said a hand count of all the ballots would be physically impossible in all but the smallest counties. But the thing is, that rule might trigger another new one that bars counties from certifying the election until officials can review an investigation of every precinct with inconsistent totals. And it gives county boards the power to exclude entire precincts from the vote totals if they think they're fraudulent, which is absolutely wild. And that might be a real problem, given some local election officials are fucking nuts. For instance, this election chair in Georgia's Spalding County tweeted just 3 days after January 6th, this mess of offensive conspiracy theories, including the hashtag Biden will never be president and Biden is a pedo. That is not somebody you want empowered to throw out votes. And on top of that, yet another new rule there empowers county election board members to conduct reasonable inquiry into allegations of voting irregularities without setting deadlines for how long they might last or, crucially, define what a reasonable inquiry even means. And that is something one of those new Trump-friendly appointees seemed weirdly unconcerned about.
Why didn't you guys define reasonable inquiry? I mean, you guys made
how
the
best
rule.
should we just define reasonable? We thought that most
I
people
mean, I'm
knew
not
what
on the state
reasonable
election
means.
board.
No. I guess I'm asking. It's more of a rhetorical
Right.
question. So, I didn't think we would have to write the definition of reasonable within the rule, but if that's the case, we'll post what the definition of reasonable means.
But they still haven't done that yet, even though early in-person voting in Georgia starts this week. And that is a problem because you do need to define the word reasonable. It's a subjective term, like funny or interesting. Those words mean something different to everyone. I personally prove that every Sunday night. I'm doing it right now. Experts say that reasonable inquiry rule could allow rogue election officials to drag inquiries past certification deadlines. And while courts are currently hearing challenges to these rules, if they allow them, one potential end result is local officials in just a handful of rural counties could exclude enough votes in Georgia to affect the outcome of the presidential race. And when you take all of this together, the lies about immigrants voting, the mass voter challenges, and the introduction of new processes to slow down and question vote counts, it seems depressingly likely we're about to see a storm of bullshit just like last time. And there are a few things that we should probably be ready for. First, unless there is an absolute landslide, we're unlikely to know the outcome of the election on November 5th. And when it comes to Georgia, if Harris wins narrowly there, we'll almost certainly see legal battles stretching into December or beyond, and which could eventually end up in front of these guys, which is obviously completely reassuring to everybody. And all the while, Trump will try and exploit any delay or uncertainty, unless, that is, he wins outright, in which case he'll suddenly insist he triumphed over a rigged system. So that is what we can expect. What can we do? Well, you can, and I hate saying this as much as you probably hate hearing it, make a plan to vote and help others do the same. Since the closer the race is, the easier it'll be for Trump to sow bullshit. You should check to make sure that your voter registration is current. You can use this website to find links to your state's voter registration verification tools. Vote early if you can, to ensure that if there's any issue with your registration, you can clear it up before Election Day. And if you vote by mail, you can find a tracking tool for your ballot at this website below. But beyond that, it is going to be vital to be resilient against the storm of toxic nonsense that Trump and his allies will try and stir up. It could go on for months and be stupider than you can even imagine right now. So stupid that someone you know, love, or are related to, and those are three very different things, might even think that there is something to it. But the key thing to remember here is that as chaotic as the last election was, in the end, our guardrails did hold. And we're going to need to make sure that they hold up again. And if we can do that, then, and only then, will we all deserve the single greatest sticker ever designed. That is our show. Thank you so much for watching. Well, next week, back October 27th. See you then. Good night. Oh, wow. Thank you. Oh, you want to see the front of you? Our second story tonight, we're going to keep talking about immigration. I'm intimately familiar with the US immigration process, having finally become a citizen in 2019. It was a long, stressful process, capped by a moving naturalization ceremony at which... to get into everything that we missed over the last 3 months away. Suffice to say, what we missed was that every single person in America is now running for president. Jeff Bezos told us all to keep an eye out for his dick pic. And of course, the president has been very busy. He famously posed with a feast of 300 hamburgers, or as he put it, over 1,000 hamburgers. And on Christmas Eve, he spoke to a 7-year-old and said this.
Are you still a believer in Santa? Because at 7 it's marginal, right?
Yep, that's the President of the United States ruining Santa for a child on December 24th. Which is actually perfectly on brand, because if there's one thing Trump is good at, it's fucking up...
I don't want to watch from 3 years ago.
administration, from Trump's renewed attacks on the Affordable Health Care Act, to his threats to close the southern border, to David Bernhardt's confirmation hearing. Now, he is Trump's pick for Secretary of the Interior and a former oil lobbyist, so he's pretty swampy, which some activists drew attention to in eye-catching fashion, as you'll see just over his shoulder.
I've worked with many of you and your staff. I've met with many of you in person and by phone on various issues that were actually of concern to you. And I will always make myself available to your requests.
Yeah, nicely done. And that woman in the mask was there for a while, because 10 minutes later, still there. 20 minutes, still there. 45 minutes, still there. An hour later, still there. And it is pretty funny. It is pretty funny, although I would not be doing my job if I didn't point out that this is a swamp creature, and technically what she's wearing is a lagoon creature mask. And that distinction might not mean much to you, but in the gross aquatic goblin communities, confusing the two is actually pretty racist. But look, clearly, this week was dominated by the fallout from the Mueller report. On Sunday, Attorney General William Barr submitted this summary of its contents to Congress.
The investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in its election interference activities. When it comes to the question of obstruction, the Attorney General Barr said Mueller did not have enough evidence to prosecute, but could not exonerate the president.
Okay, so there's two things there. First, the report did not establish a criminal conspiracy between Russia and Trump's campaign, which is undeniably good news for the president. However, the fact that Mueller did not exonerate him on obstruction of justice is pretty remarkable. It's the kind of thing that might prompt headlines like, "President may have obstructed justice," which is why it's been a little weird this week to see the good news for the president often shoving aside the bad. That doesn't normally happen. The O.J. Simpson murders were not reported as affordable house becomes available in Brentwood. There's something pretty big missing from that headline. And yet, all week long, the president's supporters took their one piece of good news and rounded it up to two.
No collusion, no obstruction of justice.
No obstruction, no collusion.
No collusion, no obstruction, nothing.
Victorious, exonerated, vindicated.
Okay, again, Trump was not completely exonerated. In fact, the report literally used the words, "does not exonerate him." The only way Mueller could have been clearer on that point is if he put hand clap emojis between every word. And normally, this is where we would do a deep dive into the details of the report, explaining all the possible implications it may have. The problem is, we still haven't seen it. Congress hasn't seen it. Even the president hasn't seen it. We only know what Trump's own attorney general thinks we need to know, a man who, unsolicited, and before he got his current job, sent top DOJ officials a memo ruling out obstruction of justice charges against the president. So there are plenty of qualifiers and questions left here, which is why it's been a little strange to see Trump supporters saying things like this.
1 year, 10 months, and 6 days, $40 million of taxpayer money wasted.
It was all a waste.
How did we ever waste 2 years of America on this?
All the Democrats yakking billions of hours of hot air coming out of Democrat mouths. All they got for it was this T-shirt, you know? They got nothing out of it.
Okay, so few things there. First, if there's one authority figure I trust on free shirts, it's going to be that man, because there is no way actual US currency was exchanged for that outfit. He's dressed like a personal injury attorney whose portrait just got Me Too'd off the wall of an airport Palm Steakhouse. Now, second, the DOJ could well take in more than it spent on the investigation, just in the form of asset forfeitures from Paul Manafort alone. And third, as we've said before on this show, even if the investigation didn't conclude that Trump conspired with the Russians, that doesn't mean the whole thing was a waste of time, because it's easy to forget just how much we've already learned, directly or indirectly, from Mueller's investigation, as so much has slowly trickled out over 2 years. But just for a moment, try and imagine that it all came out at once, and there was a single headline that said, Russia confirmed to have interfered in election, and President's campaign manager, lawyer, multiple advisors convicted of crimes, and Trump and his team lied about business with Russia, contact with Russians, and Trump may have committed campaign finance violations to cover up affair with adult film star shortly after his wife gave birth, and which he also attempted to continue, but ended up sitting next to the adult film star in a hotel room and watching Shark Week, because all of that happened, and we know it in one way or another as a result of Mueller's investigation. So this scandal has been sitting in plain sight for so long, we've stopped noticing it. Much like a woman in an increasingly sweaty fish mask. And as with her, the weirdest thing about this situation is how somehow not weird this objectively ridiculous state of affairs is starting to feel. And now, this.
And now, in honor of opening day, a reminder from LA's Vin Scully. The great baseball commentary doesn't have to be about baseball.
You know, looking at Clayton Kershaw's uniform with all the dirt on it, it reminds us about the importance of dirt to certain people. Beards evolved, number one, because ladies like them. And number two, it was the idea of frightening off adversaries and wild animals. You know, there's a story that redheads will be extinct by the year 2060. And by the way, there also seems to be a dispute as to whether Betsy Ross ever lived in Philadelphia's popular Betsy Ross home. Just think about how tough that rabbit was. First it gets eaten by a snake, then the snake gets chopped to pieces, then it gets picked up by people and lives. Meanwhile, line drive base hit to center by Hendrick, and the Dodgers are in business, first and second and nobody out.
What if you had just about any health and wellness product you need right in your pocket? With the iHerb app, you kind of do. Sweet. We carry over 15,000 of your favorite health and wellness products. That's a lot. From top quality vitamins, healthy baby products, and your pet's favorite food and supplements, to that secret yet somehow still viral beauty product.
OMG, my pores rejoice.
You can find just about anything you need on the iHerb app. Products for a healthy pregnancy, baby, joints, muscles, beauty, workout. It's just one of the many ways we make wellness better. iHerb.
Our main story tonight concerns professional wrestling. Literally the only good excuse to wear a onesie. And that's right, babies, you're not pulling it off. Put on some jeans and a button down like a fucking person. Specifically, I want to talk about the undisputed corporate champion of wrestling, the WWE, formerly known as the WWF, until, and this is true, they lost a court case to the World Wildlife Fund. Presumably thanks to that fund's powerful team of panda lawyers. And look, before we go any further, let me say this. I like wrestling. And you might be surprised to hear that, but I'd argue it's objectively entertaining. And the WWE has, over the years, delivered numerous ludicrous and genuinely incredible moments, from when Jake the Snake Roberts set a live cobra on Macho Man Randy Savage, to the time Braun Strowman suplexed the Big Show off the turnbuckle and broke the entire ring, to when Stone Cold Steve Austin drove a beer truck into the arena and sprayed the corporation with a beer hose, not to be mistaken with the time that Kurt Angle drove a milk truck into the arena and sprayed Stone Cold Steve Austin with a milk hose. And then there was whatever the fuck this is.
Oh my God, here we go! Oh my God, what's gonna happen?
Everything about that is fantastic. But my favourite part is, after the table was lit on fire, the commentator asking, what's gonna happen? What was he expecting to happen? Oh, the table's on fire. Oh my God, here comes a hibachi chef and he's making one of those ugly volcanoes on the table. Now he's doing indoor s'mores. Oh my God! And look, it is worth talking about the WWE tonight for multiple reasons. First, it's astonishingly popular. It has over 1 billion fans on social media. It has 2 highly rated cable shows, its own streaming network, reality shows, video games, and even a movie studio, which has produced such hits as The Scorpion King, Walking Tall, The Marine 2, The Marine 3, The Marine 4, The Marine 5, The Marine 6, and of course, Lincoln. By the way, their first choice to play Abraham Lincoln was actually Brutus the Barber Beefcake, but he wasn't available, so the role went to Daniel Day-Lewis, who was fine. And look, this company makes a lot of money. Last year, it generated a record $930 million in revenue. In fact, WrestleMania alone, which is taking place next Sunday, is one of the most valuable sports brands in the world, ranking higher than the World Series, which actually makes sense when you think about it, because while the World Series is mostly spent watching a millionaire in a button-down think about whether or not to throw a ball, WrestleMania involves things like this. Are you not entertained? How could any other TV show top that? In fact, I would argue every other show should just be called Unfortunately Not a Guy Exploding Through a Table, and this show should very much be included in that. But the other reason that it's worth talking about the WWE is because of the prevalence of stories like these.
Eddie Guerrero found dead in a Minneapolis hotel room. The World Wrestling star was just 38 years old.
We have just confirmed that Randy Macho Man Savage has died. China, one of the most famous wrestlers in the 90s, has now died. She was 46 years old. Pro wrestling legend King Kong Bundy has died at the age of 61.
He came here. We were in Studio A, and he lifted me almost up to the ceiling. He'll be missed, just 61 years old. These wrestlers dying early.
Wow, that is a harrowing statement there from Brian Kilmeade, only slightly dampened by his childlike wonder at how high the big man lifted him. And how did that even happen? Did Bundy offer him? Did Kilmeade ask? Honestly, I wouldn't really be surprised if one of his stock interview questions is, up, horsey ride. But Kilmeade is not actually wrong there, because wrestlers dying early is a troubling trend. 538 tracked the rate of deaths among WWF wrestlers, and the findings were startling. Here is the expected death rate by age group among the population as a whole. Here is the rate among former NFL players, and here is the rate among wrestlers. That is shockingly high. You'd expect that line to be labelled test pilots who lied on their resume, or zookeepers who aren't just going to let some fucking baboon screech at them like that. Hey, enough sass mouth there, buddy. Put some respect on my name. So with that in mind tonight, exactly a week ahead of WrestleMania, let's take a look at how the WWE does business and how it treats its wrestlers. And before we start, you can't talk about the WWE without talking about its chairman and CEO, Vince McMahon, because he is incredibly powerful, as you can see in this actual photo he took for a fitness magazine. The magazine, Scary Grandpa Who Looks Like a Big Bumpy Hot Dog Quarterly. Vince bought the company from his dad and has since overseen its meteoric ascent into the mainstream. Because before he came along, wrestling was splintered into fiefdoms around the country, all of which had their own broadcasts.
Welcome to the special edition of World Class Championship Wrestling.
Welcome to this week's edition of Mid-South Wrestling.
Welcome to Mid-Atlantic Championship Wrestling.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome to another exciting hour of the Universal Wrestling Federation.
Look, I get wrestling is all about spectacle and pageantry, but a tuxedo, Jim? A tuxedo? Tone it down a notch. You're not at a fucking gala. Michael, as usual, no notes. You look great. Keep living your truth. Now, throughout the 80s and 90s, Vince McMahon gradually eliminated or absorbed his competitors, and now one giant company basically holds a monopoly on the industry. And it's impossible to overstate just how involved Vince is. He's not just CEO. He oversees storylines, scripts, everything, even playing a fictionalized version of himself as the show's overarching villain. Although his choices of how to dramatize that have been pretty questionable, whether it's him forcing female wrestlers to strip, or beating up his supposed illegitimate son Hornswoggle, or dropping the ultimate racial slur as part of a comedic skit.
What's up, boss? How you doing? Yeah. What's good in the hood? Just hold it down, trying to take care of business. Keep it up, I'm a nigga.
That is rough to watch. And remember, he's in complete control of those scripts. No one is making him do that. And while, yes, he is playing a villain there are many other ways that that can be achieved. Darth Vader was a great villain. Not once did he drop the N-word. Meanwhile, R2 said it pretty much non-stop. It's why he kept getting bleeped. But the fact that McMahon is an active character in wrestling actually gives us an opportunity, because he's taken a lot of in-ring abuse over the years. So at points tonight where you're going to be disgusted with him for, say, using the N-word, I can now simply play a clip like this of The Rock smashing him over the head with a trash can lid. Wrestling's good, it's just very good. But while the character Vince is an arsehole, it's important to know that the real Vince is also an arsehole. And many fans legitimately hate it, because while the WWE has made him a billionaire, many wrestlers say he's treated them terribly. Just listen to Bret Hitman Hart, one of the biggest wrestlers of all time, speaking about his former boss.
Vince McMahon has always had this mentality about treating wrestlers like circus animals. All these wrestlers that have broke their backs making this living for years end up with nothing when it's over. And then they sort of take you out back and they put a slug in the back of your head and dump you out in a... That's the life of a professional wrestler.
Now, that may sound extreme to you, but Hart has good reason to be angry. His own brother Owen died wrestling for Vince. And Hart is frankly far from alone in voicing grievances about his former employer, because the shocking thing about McMahon and his company is the extent to which he shielded himself from responsibility for his wrestlers' welfare. And the main way that he's done this is actually pretty simple, because while you might reasonably think that the wrestlers employed by him are his employees, they're actually not. They're merely independent contractors. Just which, as former wrestler Jesse Ventura pointed out on Howard Stern, is just insane.
How are they self-employed when you're signed exclusively?
Right.
You can't work for nobody else.
It's a monopoly.
Yeah, they tell you when and where you'll work. They tell you who you'll work. They can totally control your life.
And you're an independent contractor.
And yet they call you an independent contractor. How has the government allowed them to get away with that for 35 to 40 years?
Yeah, he's got a point there. An independent contractor is someone that you might hire for a specific limited task, like a plumber or an accountant. Wrestlers aren't either of those things, apart from this wrestling plumber and this wrestling accountant. But the vast majority are totally different. And as independent contractors, wrestlers are exempt from most discrimination and occupational safety laws. They also don't get paid annual leave, pensions, or health insurance. And I would argue that when you look at the Department of Labor and the IRS's specific criteria for independent contractors, it's a complete joke to think that they apply to Vince's wrestlers. For instance, the IRS states that independent contractors should be free to work when and for whom they choose. Well, Vince's wrestlers sign exclusive contracts, so that's complete bullshit. The guidelines also say that someone's probably not an independent contractor if the success or continuation of a business depends to an appreciable degree on the services they provide. Now, I guess the question there is, are wrestlers essential to World Wrestling Entertainment? It's a good question. I mean, it's not called World Totally Empty Ring Entertainment, so that might be a clue. In fact, if I might quote the company's own website, WWE performers are the company's greatest asset. Without our performers, WWE would not exist. And look, maybe when wrestlers might work years ago for multiple different organizations, it made sense to call them contractors. But now that WWE has a chokehold on this industry, it makes just as much sense to... And look, for what it's worth, back in 1986, Ventura actually tried to unionize wrestlers, which could have dramatically improved their working conditions, but McMahon stamped it out hard. And if that makes you want to see someone stamp him out hard, I actually have some good news for you.
Slim Jim music! With Slim Jim music to Mr. McMahon! Shawn is now the owner of the World Wrestling Federation!
Wrestling is better than the things you like. And look, and the lack of a union to advocate for wrestlers means that Vince gets to call all the shots, because while literally every major sports league has an off-season for athletes to recover, the WWE works its wrestlers year-round, multiple times a week, both on TV and in untelevised so-called house shows. And big stars may be able to command big money for that, but not every wrestler is a big star. And whenever we've gotten glimpses of wrestlers' contracts, they contain some astonishing clauses. One says if a wrestler is unable to wrestle for as little as 6 weeks because of an injury, the company can terminate their contract, while another releases the company from all liability for damage resulting in permanent injury or death, even if caused by its own negligence, which is a crazy thing for McMahon to put in a contract, and frankly enough to make you want to see him be on the receiving end of his own medical mishap. So we like about that. Still technically more helpful than a visit from Dr. Oz. And when you take all of this together, with wrestlers working as independent contractors in a monopolized industry, largely free from meaningful oversight and able to be fired at any time, you wind up with an environment with huge potential for unsafe conduct. Before Lance McNaught died at 29 of heart failure while struggling with addiction to painkillers, he spoke of the pressure that he felt to work through injury, saying, everybody knows that if you get hurt, you work through it because you'll lose your spot. And another top wrestler, CM Punk, has questioned the advice that he was given by a WWE doctor following an incident in the ring.
I got hit with something and it fucking rung my bell and I got a concussion. But we were leaving for Europe the next day. So Doc was leaning on me going, do you have a concussion or can you go to Europe kind of thing? And I was just like, you pigs, I'll go to Europe, whatever. That's on me, that's my fault. I'm dry heaving after every match. I'm either puking for real or I'm just dry heaving because I don't have anything in my stomach. Doc's like, oh, you're sick. Here's a Z-Pack. They Z-Packed me to death so much that in December I shit my pants on a SmackDown.
He did. He actually did that, and we actually found that episode of SmackDown, and out of common courtesy, we are not going to show it to you. But this is his face as it was happening. Punk even tweeted about it afterwards, saying, "Just shit my britches on SmackDown. Please retweet." Something the WWE then made him take down, even though it's obviously the best tweet ever written. Seriously, you try and think of a better tweet right now. Have you got one? Does it say shit my britches, please retweet? Then it's not better, is it? Stand down. But look, it obviously gets much worse than concussed wrestlers shitting themselves on live TV, because wrestlers' bodies regularly get smashed up and undergo general wear and tear, damage that's cumulative and can last a lifetime. But McMahon doesn't provide health insurance for his wrestlers for anything other than injuries that occur inside the ring. In fact, the extent to which he's denied any responsibility for their welfare is astonishing. Just watch him respond to a question years ago about wrestler deaths.
Do you have a reason why these people would be dying under the age of 45?
Why don't you ask yourself that question? I mean, why are you indicating that's my responsibility? These people are dead because...
I'm asking you if it's in any way, shape, or form falls on your shoulders.
I would accept no responsibility whatsoever for their untimely deaths, none whatsoever. As far as, and you've got that little look on your face like, geez, Vince, how can you possibly say that?
Well, but none whatsoever. I mean, they wrestled for you. They were part of your organization. They worked a couple of hundred nights a year for you. They lived this lifestyle.
What are you doing, you weird man? And while all of that is ridiculous, my favourite response isn't actually the weird face or the smacking of the papers. It's answering, why are wrestlers dying early with, why don't you ask yourself that question? Which in terms of dodges is certifiably insane. I don't know, Vince. Maybe because that journalist doesn't employ any wrestlers. And while I know that you don't think you do either, I'm telling you, you're fucking wrong about that. Now, the company will say that they've completely transformed in recent years, and they have taken some positive steps, like banning chair shots to the head and introducing concussion protocols, although CM Punk's experience probably suggests that there may be room for some significant improvement there. But some of the other steps they've taken under their talent wellness program are a little underwhelming, like the fact that they now have annual physical examinations. That's just nothing. I have to take one of those every year to host this show, and I've never once exploded through this table. It's in the name of our show now. The program also provides for things like cardiovascular and brain testing, which is nice, although remember, they're still responsible for their own health insurance. And while the company says it pays for addiction treatment for former wrestlers, that doesn't really address the underlying issues that get them hooked on pain medication in the first place. And the tragic thing is, some have reluctantly had to drag their bodies back to the WWE because they have no other financial option. Rowdy Roddy Piper continued wrestling into his 40s and 50s, and just listen to him explain why.
Wrestling it has a tremendous entrance plan. You come in as, boy, here you are, and you rock and roll, and everything's wonderful. It's got no exit plan.
And Rowdy Roddy Piper should know, a few months ago, he climbed back into the ring.
What would you have me do at 49 when my pension plan I can't take out till I'm 65? I'm not going to make 65. Let's just face facts, guys.
And sadly, he was right about that, because Roddy Piper died in 2015 at the age of 61. And while nothing I say can or should make that okay, I do hope that watching this final clip of Vince in the ring gives you just a tiny piece of catharsis.
He's a millionaire! He owns this company! Yeah! Lucifer's lips on the biggest horse in the WWF! Oh, hell yeah!
You know, the reassuring thing there is, you can fake being kicked in the face or hit in the head with a bedpan, but there is no faking that. So, I guess the question is there any hope here? Well, incredibly, there might be, because there is one group that even McMahon occasionally seems to listen to, and that's the fans. They actually have a strong independent voice in the WWE and have been vocal over the years about everything from the company's dealings with Saudi Arabia to its treatment of female wrestlers who have come a long way from the old days of so-called bra and panty matches. In fact, fans online launched a hashtag Give Divas a Chance campaign to feature women more prominently, to which Vince himself responded, "We hear you, keep watching." And next week, for the first time ever, WrestleMania will be headlined by a women's match. So wrestling fans don't just go along with whatever the company tells them to cheer and boo. They know what they like, and just as importantly, what they don't like. For instance, the WWE tried for years, literally years, to make Roman Reigns a superstar hero on the level of The Rock. But fans just didn't like him, and they let him and the WWE know about that. And keep in mind as you watch this, Roman Reigns is supposed to be a good guy. They booed him non-stop for 8 minutes. And you might think that's harsh, but I'd argue it's the only rational response to someone with permanently wet hair. How can it always be wet? You look like a pedophile out for a jog. Boo! Boo! So the fans have a big voice here. That's the point. And they really care about these wrestlers and continue to do that long after the WWE has abandoned them. And nowhere was the extent of this devotion more obvious than when legendary wrestler Jake the Snake needed help paying for medical expenses.
Jake has no insurance. He didn't have any money to pay for the surgery, so we had to come up with some kind of solution. So we put up a page on Indiegogo to try to raise the money for his surgery.
Unfucking real.
Where are we at?
Holy cow.
7,000.
In one night?
But the really cool thing that came out of that was Jake got to see how much the fans really cared.
All those years, I guess they did mean something.
Yeah, those years meant a lot to fans. That's why they want him and other wrestlers to be taken care of. There've actually been multiple GoFundMe campaigns to cover both healthcare and funeral expenses for wrestlers that fans have stepped up for, which is heartwarming, but frankly, fans shouldn't be the ones shouldering that responsibility. Here's how bad it is. Even the NFL, for all its massive faults, now offers players health reimbursement accounts and have established a legacy fund for older players who may be dealing with health issues. And when you've lost the moral high ground to the fucking NFL, you are morally subterranean. And so here is where the potential opportunity is. Because remember, WrestleMania, the biggest event in the WWE's calendar, is next Sunday. And if fans in that arena want McMahon to help pay for wrestlers' long-term health care, or just to call them employees, they could say, choose to make up chants about that. The event is live, the crowd is mic'd, they won't be able to cut the chants out. I'm not saying that fans should do that, or make signs, or make lots of signs. I'm just saying, I really hope they make their voices heard on this, because given that Business Hulk here is a billionaire on the broken backs of his non-employees, the very least he can do is show the same dedication to wrestlers that they have shown to his company. And I know that I haven't really said any of this tonight in the preferred language of wrestling fans. So maybe this will help.
Wrestling fans, you cheered at Royal Rumble. You thrilled at Hell in a Cell. You yelled your head off at SummerSlam. Get ready to scream for something new. I'm talking about all your favorite wrestlers having access to retirement accounts, workers' comp, and family and medical. How would you feel about watching the most electrifying superstars on the planet do the unthinkable? Live to the age of 65, 70, 75, and beyond! Performing thrilling moves like walking comfortably, bending their knees past a 90-degree angle, and spending quality time with their grandchildren. You can see all this and more if a system was put in place that gave wrestlers things like an off-season, because the human body was not designed to do things like this 200 nights a year. We're talking about bringing premature wrestler deaths back in line with actuarial tables. Did somebody say tables? Ooh, he's gonna need a doctor. And preferably one who won't make him shit his pants on SmackDown. Play. The point is, at WrestleMania 35, why not join thousands of screaming fans in calling for your favorite wrestlers to be employees, so you never have to pay for their future surgery through GoFundMe. And if Mr. McMahon doesn't like it, you know what he
our show. Thanks so much for watching. See you next week. Good night.
Feels like a dream, feels like magic. Now I believe I can have it. Tamu. All of my wishes came true. Shot like a billionaire. Shot like a billionaire.
Oh my God.
Our main story tonight concerns corn. We love it in all of its forms, from caramel corn to the Corn Palace in South Dakota to the mascot of the Nebraska Cornhuskers, except not the modern travesty. I'm talking about the early one. No, not that demon, the original. Yeah, that's him, the guy in regular clothes with an enormous corn cob for a head, asking the question, am I man or am I corn? We love corn so much, we've even found a way to make it a wholesome family activity.
This Illinois corn maze is rural sprawl. 28 acres in all, with almost 10 miles of trails.
We said, if we're going to do it, why not be the world's largest?
The theme changes every year.
That great aerial photograph, we want people to go, wow, that's a magnificent picture. Our Beatles maze in 2013, I mean, you could see the faces of the Beatles.
Fifth graders zigzagging through a corn maze, thinking, we gotta find a way out, or this field trip could be our last.
Wow! That got dark quick. And I think even the Beatles would agree. There was just no better tribute to their legacy than having terrified children wander around Ringo's nostrils, wondering if they'll ever see their families again. And because of how much we love corn, appealing to the corn growers of America has always been good politics. Presidential contenders love to pander to people in Iowa, from Obama standing in front of a cornfield to Mitt Romney pretending to be intently interested in an ear of corn to whatever George Bush thought he was doing here. There is a long history of American politicians being weird around corn, but perhaps no one has ever been weirder while discussing it than this.
I just met non-liquid gold. You know where it was? Iowa. It's called corn. It's non-liquid. That's my case. You have more non-liquid gold. They said, what is that? I said, corn. They said, we love that idea. You know, that's pretty cool. That's That's a nickname in its own way, but we came up with a new couple of words for corn.
Yeah. Did you, though? Because non-liquid gold isn't so much a way of describing corn as it is a way of describing regular gold. That's a level of non-innovation innovation that we haven't seen since Lyft invented something called Lyft Shuttle, which was, and this is true, the bus. But he is right. We are the world's largest producer, consumer, and exporter of non-liquid, not gold, in the world. We also produce more corn than any other crop in the US. Farming it is a nearly $90 billion industry, with farmers planting roughly 90 million acres a year. And in case you're like me and don't really understand what an acre is, it might help to know that cornfields currently occupy nearly 5% of the land surface of the contiguous United States. And you might already be thinking, well, so what? That means that America's well-stocked for the movies, barbecues, and house parties where someone wants that black bean salsa thing. Why do you have to ruin a good thing? To which I say, one, it's a calling and a clarity of purpose, and two, of those millions of acres of corn, only 1% is made for direct human consumption. The rest is called field or dent corn, which, as these documentaries discovered, might look delicious, but very much isn't.
It's not very good, Ian. It tastes like sawdust.
Yeah, it's disgusting. It tastes like chalk.
I really thought it would taste better.
It turns out sweet corn is as similar to dent corn as a chocolate bunny is to a real bunny. Only one of them actually tastes good raw. Now, I should point out, dent corn is used in a lot of things that we do consume, like cornmeal and high fructose corn syrup. It's also used in industrial products like paint and plastics. But in recent years, such uses have only accounted for around 15% of what we do with dent corn, with around 40% being used for livestock feed and the final 45% becoming the gasoline alternative, ethanol. But as you will see, while corn is incredibly versatile, the way we've incentivized farming it has caused considerable downstream harm. Because it turns out corn's utter dominance of American agriculture comes at the expense of our environment, our health, and some of our farming communities. Just listen to one scientist who grew up farming sum up how he feels about it.
I go by a field of corn. Looks beautiful to me. You know, that comes from having grown up on a Kansas farm. If you're not aware as to what it is that stands behind all of that agriculture, you can live with the illusion that there's nothing wrong.
Right. If you don't know what's behind those stalks of corn, you can easily believe that there is nothing wrong, but I've already shown you that there could well be a bunch of fifth graders wandering around back there running low on supply. So I think we're past the point of the illusion here. And given that tonight, let's talk about a few of the key problems with corn, specifically how we subsidize it, how we grow it, and what we shove it into. And let's start with the fact that the US is incredibly well suited to growing corn, as this professor explains in a bizarre walk and talk.
It's really a tropical crop, warm season crop. The growing season here, the precipitation, the rainfall that we get, the amount of light that we get, all of those things combine to just be a wonderful, perfect environment for it to grow in.
What is happening there? Whose idea was it to make him do that? You know what would make this point about the perfect climate of the Corn Belt really land for people? Professor Roger Elmore being aggressively groped by horny stalks of it. But while chemical fertilizers, careful breeding, and new technology have made farmers able to grow massive amounts of corn, government policy has also played a significant role by heavily thumbing the scale in incentivizing what crops farmers choose to grow. Modern farm policy was born during the Great Depression, when farmers faced a crisis. Nearly 1 million lost their farms in the first 4 years alone, and that is when FDR's administration passed legislation to drive the price of farmed goods up during times of oversupply by doing things like paying farmers to plant less. But a key turning point came in the 1970s, thanks to, in large part to a man named, and this is true, Earl Butz. His nickname was actually Rusty, meaning he was known as, and this is true again, Earl Rusty Butz. Anyway, Butz, who was Nixon's agriculture secretary, disagreed with the policy of paying farmers to reduce supply and sought to swing the pendulum all the way in the opposite direction.
With the new Farm Act, we have experienced a 180-degree turn in the philosophy of our farm programs. We've abandoned the long-time philosophy of curtailment and cutback to the new philosophy of expansion. We're going to see the most massive increase in production of farm products ever in the history of this country.
Yeah, Rusty Butts, a man who looks like he'd probably one day have to resign after saying a racial slur, insisted everyone should grow more. And he did that only a few years before, unsurprisingly, resigning after saying a racial slur. But while he was still in the job, Butts pushed hard for farmers to expand their operations, and Nixon's 1973 Farm Bill reflected his philosophy. Farmers would no longer be paid for not planting crops. Instead, if prices fell below a certain target, the federal government would simply pay farmers to make up the difference, significantly reducing the risk of expanding your operation and incentivizing farmers to go as big as they could. These policies helped create almost immediate surpluses in commodity crops, especially corn. And similar policies still exist today, and on top of them, the government now issues subsidies to pay for part of a farmer's crop insurance, which provides coverage to farmers if their crops fail. Those subsidies have amounted to over 60% of the insurance premiums in recent years. And while these policies sometimes get positioned as protections for small family farmers, the truth is that is not who reaps the vast majority of the benefits, which tend to flow to the biggest producers. In fact, over the last 28 years, the top 10% of farm subsidy recipients received 79% of the subsidies, with over a quarter of them going to the top 1%. Meanwhile, the vast majority of farmers do not benefit from farm subsidy programs at all. And that is for many reasons, not least of which is that it's much harder for small farms, which might grow a wider variety of crops, to qualify for them. Just listen to this family explain their small farm situation.
We grow tomatoes, we grow basil, we grow cauliflower, we grow broccoli, we grow chard and carrots. We grow the healthiest crops we possibly can.
I don't think there is a subsidy for any of the crops we grow. As far as I'm concerned, the only subsidies out there are for the big grain producers.
Okay, first, let me just address something quickly. That's a fucked up looking carrot that kid is holding there. But second, it does feel wrong that an operation growing healthy produce wouldn't receive any subsidies, even if it is called C'est Naturel, which sounds less like a small family farm and more like a pH balancing douche. And some big landowners have, over the years, developed all sorts of ways to game the farm subsidy system. For instance, payments used to be capped on a per-farm basis, so they simply started subdividing themselves into multiple entities, each of which could then collect the maximum payouts. Back in the 2000s, the GAO pointed out this problem, noting that one landowner in Arkansas, David Brooks Griffin, had split his farm into 66 smaller ones and seemed to be listing his employees as their owners. Just watch what happened when one reporter tried to pay Griffin a visit.
We wanted to speak with Mr. Griffin, shown here, leaving on his helicopter, but he refused. So instead, we set out to find some of the people Griffin enlisted as owners of those smaller farms. It took some hunting for us to find Quimbia Potts.
I'm a partner in 3 different farms.
The government lists him as a part owner of several of the smaller farms, but like many listed as owners of paper farms, Potts appeared to be an owner in name only.
The records indicate over 3 years you received $340,000.
Through the farms.
Through the farm payments, that's right. But did you put that money in your bank account?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, of course. No! That is very well said. And if you're wondering how to tell who the real owner of the farm is, it is not the guy who agreed to that interview, and it is the guy showed leaving on his helicopter. But USDA investigators said that was perfectly legal. And incredibly, some of the rules have only gotten looser since then. Under the current farm bill, that per-farm payment limit has been scrapped. And while there is technically a limit of $125,000 per year per person, crucially, there is no cap on how many people can reach the payment limit. So, in addition to more immediate family members like parents, siblings, and adult children, cousins, nieces, or nephews also qualify for payments. The only real requirement is that you must be actively engaged in farming. But it turns out, even that doesn't really mean much.
The definition of actively engaged in farming is very vague. So you can call into a shareholder meeting every now and then, a few times a year, or do things like have some small financial risk in the farm in order to receive payments. So you don't have to ever set foot on a farm to receive these payments.
That's true. You don't have to even set foot on a farm. You can just be the farm owner's cousin, which, as we're all aware, can be someone you barely know. A normal relationship with your cousin is get their holiday card announcing their third pregnancy think, didn't they say they hated kids? Hang the card on your fridge and then throw it away once you stop feeling guilty, all of which, in my opinion, doesn't entitle you to $125,000 a year. And look, it is not like corn is the only crop that we subsidise in this way. You could make similar criticisms of wheat or soybeans, but the biggest share of these subsidies in recent decades have gone to corn, far surpassing that of any other crop. Basically, in the world of agricultural products, corn is the unquestionable superstar. Beans want to be it, oats want to fuck it. And as the corn industry has ballooned, some of the biggest beneficiaries haven't actually been the farmers themselves, but enormous corporations, from these 4 companies that now dominate the nitrogen fertilizer industry to these 2 that now dominate nearly 3/4 of the supply of seeds for corn. And as the production of corn has become increasingly industrialized, the methods that we've used to supercharge its growth have taken a toll on the environment. Take nitrogen fertilizer. It is needed to intensively farm one crop over and over again, especially if farmers don't take steps to protect the soil's natural fertility. And corn uses the most fertilizer of all major US crops. And that can have consequences that many scientists, including that guy that you saw earlier, are very concerned about. Because nitrogen fertilizer is the biggest contributor to a problem that happens when contaminated water on agricultural land leaches into groundwater or runs off into rivers and streams and eventually gets into our drinking water, which can cause a condition with a truly horrifying name.
Since the 1940s, scientists have warned that exposure to excess nitrates can inhibit oxygen circulation in an infant's blood.
Consuming high nitrate water will tend to strip oxygen out of the blood, and that's produces this blue baby syndrome.
It's true. There is a condition called blue baby syndrome, where excess nitrates deprive kids of oxygen and it can be fatal. It is so horrifying, you're not even registering that that man is called Randy Beavers, which in any other situation would be all anyone cares about. And I do hope we can all at least agree no child should ever be turned blue unless they disobeyed Mr. Wonka's clear instructions about not trying the chewing gum and are now suffering the only slightly disproportionate consequences. And it's not just humans at risk here, because when that contaminated runoff eventually washes into the sea, it can cause serious problems in there too, as this local news reporter chose to tell people in a totally normal way.
Here is a little bit what it's like to be a fish this time of year in parts of the Chesapeake Bay. I can't breathe. That's because in the hottest part of the summer, as much as 15% of the bay has no oxygen in the water. It's called the dead zone. I can't breathe.
What are you doing? The number one thing you are taught as a child is not to put a plastic bag over your head, and he's doing it on TV, which is hugely reckless. Everyone has a plastic bag. It's not hard to get. I've got one right here, but I know I shouldn't put it on my head, not even to make a point about the lack of oxygen in the Chesapeake Bay or about how you shouldn't put a plastic bag on your head on TV. I could do it, but I shouldn't. It's tempting. But I won't. Children are watching, not mine. They say you couldn't pay us to watch, which for what it's worth I kind of do. All their money was first my money. But that said, it's a no from my kids. Anyway, I won't do it, but this isn't goodbye. It's see you later. And it's not just the Chesapeake. The Gulf of Mexico has a dead zone that at one point was the size of New Jersey, with studies finding farm fertilizer is the single contributor. Overfarming of corn has also led to severe erosion in some areas, which can lead to hazardous dust storms. In fact, this storm from last year in central Illinois killed 7 people and was directly tied to farmers tilling their land to plant corn and soybeans. So we've talked about how our subsidies for corn have caused an increase in production, and we've talked about how we grow it, which brings us to the third set of problems here, what we put it in. And remember, 40% of the corn that we grow is going to feed cows, hogs, and poultry. And while livestock has always been fed some corn, the use of it has been turbocharged by the fact that it is now so cheap. As one journalist has written, taxpayer subsidies for corn have served as financial jet fuel for a new breed of industrial meat producers, because feed is their biggest cost. But the thing is, these animals aren't evolved to have a diet that is predominantly corn. It's bad for their digestive system. As this man in the car explains to those 2 documentaries that you saw earlier, in a weirdly cheery way.
What are you eating for lunch today? Corn-fed beef. Do you actually know anything about corn-fed beef? Do you know what it does to them?
What is
To the cattle. It's a good thing they slaughter when they do, because it actually kills them to feed. So they'd be dead in 6 months anyway eating that stuff. So it's just, well, they slaughter them.
Really?
Yeah, it's terrible. Where is this? Every major confinement feedlot, everywhere.
Honestly, I kind of love that guy. He should be the mascot for every fast food chain. Fuck Ronald McDonald. This is the most accurate mascot imaginable. An impossibly American man who thinks the food tastes good, knows it's tied to suffering, and ultimately just wants to bring his wild card energy to the parking lot. This is my Burger King right here. And the problems corn causes for the digestive systems of livestock can leave cattle more susceptible to liver abscesses, which is a major reason why antibiotics are often added to the feed of entire herds of beef cattle, a practice that the WHO has discouraged and a concern that it's contributing to expanding antibiotic resistance. And I admit, it is much less fun to learn about that from me than it would have been from that guy absolutely housing his cheeseburger. Yeah, medicated feed might give us all antibiotic-resistant UTIs. Bon appetit, corn-fed beef! But maybe the most ridiculous way that we use corn is ethanol, which, remember, accounts for 45% of our domestic corn use. Ethanol used to be known as gasohol, and while it's been around since the 30s, it was during the 1970s energy crisis that it really took off, with boosters like this Illinois agriculture official leading the way with an unfortunate historical analogy.
Mr. Mavis, why are you so high on gasohol?
Well, as you can tell, I have some age on me, Charlene, and it's probably since Pearl Harbor, it's the only thing that I've seen that's been good for all of America.
That's a pretty weird way to characterize Pearl Harbor, the surprise attack that killed over 2,400 people and led to the US entering World War II. You know what? Let's give that guy a break. He probably just misspoke. I'm sure he won't say it again.
It burns without use of tetraethyl lead, eliminates an EPA problem. It employs people in America. It takes an agricultural surplus that's killed us and turns it into dollars instead of storage. It's that Pearl Harbor we've needed.
Okay. The first time he said it, I thought, I don't think Al Mavis knows what Pearl Harbor is. The second time, I thought, maybe I don't know what Pearl Harbor is. Because what is going on there? Was Al Mavis of the Illinois Department of Agriculture an admiral in the Japanese Navy? Because I don't know what the other explanations could be. I'm just saying, at this point, I can only assume that the people who knew him spent 9/11 simply going, Al would have loved this. But Al Mavis got his way. Basically, in an attempt to reduce our dependency on foreign oil, we passed the Energy Tax Act of 1978, which encouraged the use of gasohol or ethanol. But what really set the wheels in motion for our huge ethanol industry today was the 2005 energy bill that created the Renewable Fuel Standard, which mandated that a certain amount of renewable fuel had to be blended into the domestic gasoline supply. Essentially, every gallon of domestic gasoline now legally has to have at least a little bit of ethanol in it. The same way that every pop album currently has to have at least a little bit of Jack Antonoff. It's just the law now. Understandably, that mandate created even more demand for corn in the domestic market, and some, like this Iowa farmer, were thrilled by that.
We've seen our yields raise quite a bit in the last several years, and we needed a place for this extra corn to be going, and ethanol has filled that for us. I'm sure there's some negatives, but I guess I'm not thinking of them right now.
Yeah, I'm sure you're not, but to be fair, that is not really your job. Unfortunately, though, it is mine. Thinking of the negatives is pretty much all I do here, along with speaking the negatives out loud and making jokes about the negatives, all while modelling the latest suits from Sir Michael Gambon's haberdashery for oddly long gentlemen. And the truth is, there are lots of negatives when it comes to ethanol, mainly because the positives have been so wildly overstated. While ethanol lobbying groups have long argued that it slashes greenhouse emissions, one recent study found that thanks to the fertilizer and land use changes needed to grow the corn for it, corn ethanol produced under the Renewable Fuel Standard has a carbon footprint at least 24% higher than regular gasoline. On top of that, the demand for ethanol is now expanding corn production to areas where it is much less suited to be grown, places like Texas and western Kansas, where the shortage of water means that cornfields need to be irrigated. But that is a real problem because corn is a water-intensive crop, and it can take hundreds of gallons of water to produce a single gallon of ethanol. And this is all happening even as groundwater is being dangerously depleted nationwide. And that brings us back to our larger point here. Well, for some big farm operations, and especially the big companies that benefit from corn, there may be no negatives to the current way that we produce it. For everyone else, there really are. From dust storms, to sick cows, to blue babies, to this reporter from your absolute nightmares. So what can we do? Well, for starters, I would argue that we have to rethink the renewable fuel standard because it just makes no sense. But on top of that, we might want to significantly reset our farm policy. One idea that's been floated is to make the federal safety net for farmers contingent on them having a strategy for things like preserving topsoil, controlling chemical runoff, and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And the good news is the Farm Bill is actually currently up for renewal, and we could do all of that. The bad news is, as you have seen, there are powerful interests with no reason to want the status quo to change at all. But it just has to. And let me be clear here, this is not a takedown of corn. I know for large swaths of America, it's an understandable symbol of pride and source of jobs. And I also get that it is frustrating to be lectured about it or be pandered to by a politician pretending to be fascinated by its ears. But I do think it is long past time that we shift our farming policy when it comes to America's #1 crop. And maybe the best way to drive this home is to explain it in the way that people seem to most enjoy being educated about corn. And that is watching someone be absolutely assaulted by it. Because look, corn is as beautiful to watch grow as it is to eat slathered in butter. But unless we force the government and a handful of large companies that control this industry to change their priorities, we're going to be stuck where we are, like a bunch of 5th graders in the world's largest corn maze, begging for our fucking lives. That is our show. Thanks so much for watching. We're off next week. We're back the week after that. We'll see you then. Good night. How the fuck do I get out of here? Is it this way? Get off me. Get off me. Give me some personal space. I don't like to be touched by corn. Or honestly anybody.
What is ethanol? It's alcohol. What?
What's gonna happen? What's wrong with you people? You don't know what real danger looks like anymore.
That is just an objectionable thing for humanity to do, right? It's not the worst thing we've ever done, but it's part of our worst instincts.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? For First We Feast, I'm Sean Evans, and you're watching Hot Ones. It's the show with hot questions and even hotter wings. And today we're joined by John Oliver.
Here we are.
He's the Peabody Award-winning host of Last Week Tonight with John Oliver, a show that's won more than 24 Emmys since premiering in 2014. Catch new episodes Sunday nights on HBO at 11 o'clock Eastern, with past episodes canonized rather conveniently right here on YouTube.
Oh,
John
right.
Oliver, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Sean. I was gonna say it's a pleasure to be here, but let's not start with me lying right into
Right. You know, that's how we build the trust.
That's right.
We just have to be honest. with each other.
Exactly. Let's build an immediate connection. My instinct says this is going to go very, very badly. Let Stockholm Syndrome commence. I'll be honest, that was hotter than I wanted the first one to be. I would not say great at this point. I would say, uh-oh, we're working with a different spectrum than my face is used to.
We're gonna put a number to it today, all right?
Okay, yeah, all right.
Do you have an all-time favorite misuse of HBO resources for a
man.
bit on Last Week Tonight?
I mean, I love misusing their resources. There's almost nothing in life that makes me happier than doing something I think they're going to be a little bit mad at. So yeah, we bought Russell Crowe's jockstrap. I was going to give people context. I don't know if you really need any. It was from the movie Cinderella Man. So we bought it and we sent it to one of the last remaining Blockbusters in Alaska. I think that then shut down. I believe it was then sent to the actual last Blockbuster, which I think is in Oregon. I think that's where Russell Crowe's Cinderella Man jockstrap is right now. The Smokey J. I don't like the name at all. Not horrible.
Right. I think you were kind of jarred a little bit by the first one, you know, but that would be like, you know, you're a football fan, right? That's like you got out on the pitch, you took a bump, and now you're settled into the game, you know?
Yes. Which football are we talking about there?
I'm talking about round football, you know, because I'm a host, I'm hospitable. You know what I'm saying, John?
Yes. Oh, pitch. Pitch was the giveaway. Pitch. I didn't even, that really was hospitable. You said pitch, so I didn't even internalize that you were being gracious. Yes. I love football very much. And that, you're right, that felt like, this one gave me a nudge. This one, I don't feel nudges anymore.
Because you're in the game, baby.
Because I'm in the game. I'm all about the game.
So when we had Louis Theroux on the show last year, he said that his Britishness works as like a superpower for getting American subjects to just reflexively trust him. Does that align at all with your own experience?
It does. I mean, he's a brilliant interviewer, right? In fact, I thought I was going to meet him. It was when I was working at The Daily Show. There was a producer that had worked with him, and they'd set up something for my birthday, and so he just needed to get me upstairs. And he said, Louis Theroux's here, do you want to meet him? And I was so excited. And then I ran in, and it was just a surprise birthday party for me. And I had to really reverse engineer. Oh, I thought I was meeting Louis Theroux, not this.
An emotional sort of short-circuiting.
That's right. This isn't what I wanted. You're not him. You're celebrating my birth. That's not what I was promised. The Stella Fuzz, Funky's hot sauce.
Yeah, the names are getting fun.
Yeah, aren't they though? Actually like that. This is going to be the moment I remember somewhere over here as the good times.
From breaking your nose in a Civil War reenactment to hiding from security during the 2008 Republican National Convention. What stands out in your memory as being the most harrowing experience you had as a Daily Show field reporter?
They were all pretty harrowing, I think. I mean, that was one of my first experiences in America, was breaking my nose. It probably made me realize that I was in the right place to work. It was a dream come true to come and work for Jon Stewart. That was my first interaction with the US healthcare system. No notes, by the way, Sean. Works great. To get back to the office and hear them playing that clip again and again and laughing so hard, it kind of made me think, oh, you're more concerned about the joke than me? I think this is where I belong.
You found a home.
Yeah. Los Calientes, Verde. Again, I feel like I'm being hit in the face with a setup jab, right?
Right.
It's the lead left that is hitting me, but that's not the fist I'm worried about.
You know what? Just roll with it because we're moving forward. You know what I mean? Every step is a sauce that's out of the way. You know what I'm saying? So you just take it. If you got kind of a freebie, just take it. Don't apologize for it. Enjoy it. These are the good times.
Every step is a sauce out of the way. If that isn't a piece of merch, if you don't have that on a t-shirt,
Chris, run it.
Then you're
Chris, run it.
leaving money on the table.
For the uninitiated, what's magical about the Edinburgh Festival, and how do you think it shaped you as a stand-up?
I mean, the magical thing about it, and you know that word is overused, but to me there is a brilliant magic to it, is that it's not curated. Like so many other festivals, you're invited to come so that you maintain a certain standard. The beauty of Edinburgh is that kind of quality control doesn't exist. So it's just absolute free-for-all of artistic mayhem, and that can produce things as great and as terrible as you would imagine. It is the greatest place. I miss it so much every year. It's the best.
And you know, it seems like bombing is almost a part of the process. It's like a rite of passage when you do that. Is there a set that you look back on and think of as like a comedy nightmare?
There was a gig in Edinburgh. I'm not sure if it still goes. It started at 1 in the morning. It was called Late and Live, and it was a bear pit. So it was starts at 1. Notoriously aggressive. There was one time I'd bombed already, very fun, and then a comedian had gone on after me, done really well, and he was getting an encore. As he came off, we agreed that it would be funny if I took his encore. So I then went back on, and a guy smashed a beer glass, on the table in front of me, and he said, "If you tell another joke, I'm going to stab you." And I said to him, this anger in you, it just can't be about me. And he said, "It really is." And you know, that's one of the happiest memories of Edinburgh I have, is having a guy saying, "You are going to compel me to commit an act of violence." That is how much I object to what you think is funny. Yes,
And that violence, it's not me.
That's right.
It's you.
That's right. I promise this is you problem. Your implication is there are other things happening in my life. There aren't. I have a stable, happy life. You've turned it upside down, and you must be stopped.
Why do so many people trust iHerb for their health and wellness products? Simple. We guarantee freshness and ship fast to your doorstep. So, fitness fanatics, stretchaholics, even the good doctor here, they all trust iHerb to deliver the freshest, high-quality health and wellness products on earth. iHerb.
Queso sin queso. I don't know if that's a collab I'd encourage.
But another level of heat, but it seems like you're kind of on top of it. You know, I was a little nervous with the first one, but it does seem like you've caught a rhythm here, John.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you're asking, my confidence gone up? No. I'm still thinking.
That's smart. That's smart. You know, where people get into trouble is when they get overconfident.
Yes.
At this point. You know what I'm
That
saying?
is not possible. We're 5 in. I think we all know where this is heading.
You have a quote that I found interesting where you said, "The problem is the loudest journalism in America is generally saying the least." Can you unpackage that?
With our show, no one in their right mind would try and do a show about prison health. No one wants to hear about that. But they should know about it, and so we're going to force feed it to them. And we're in a very, very lucky position because we don't have the commercial pressures that other certain news outlets do have. So we are lucky to be able to follow whatever interests us and force feed it to people, but they can't or won't do that. And so you are left with, kind of yammering talking heads who on TV who are really not talking about much. And that's the problem with being in a perpetual election cycle. And we're in an election year now. Never really feels like the election year stops. That's the problem, right? And that takes out all the air from a room because you're just talking about people, but candidates, like politicians. Whereas policies are much more important than politicians. But we are focused on the personalities. And that's easy to do, but it's not the most important stuff. Bourbon and maple think they're concealing what the third word is promising.
Now, what's nice about this is I do think you get a little maple up front. You know, the first thing you catch is maple. Yep. Then what happens? Is there's this tail on it.
Maple delivered. Bourbon not detected, but I appreciate the idea is there. And then the Reaper says, actually.
I'm the star of the show.
That's right.
I'm the captain now.
I am the guest at this party who's going to dictate the evening.
Are you someone who finds comfort in the stress and tension of an adversarial interview? It almost seems like it would be like a prerequisite for anyone who went through the Daily Show School of Broadcasting.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Yes is the answer, and I can't really square that with who I am as a person. There is something where my heart rate goes down and I don't feel what they are feeling. So yeah, I can't really explain why I don't mind it, and I'm drawn to hostile interviews. Yeah, it brings out.
Guys, I just noticed that it is 1 a.m. This is insane. My cat has fallen asleep. I don't know if you can see him. He's right here. Also, my dog has fallen asleep over here. I had no idea. It is 1 a.m. Oh my god. I've been knitting away. I finished finally asleep. I just made the bind off. And I did the decreases, and I had to do it 3 times in order to make it long enough. And my other cat is right there. It's 1 a.m. I have been taking medication all afternoon because I lost my voice and I need my voice for Monday at work. It's 1 a.m. Oh my god. Okay. I want to thank you all. Hi, my sweetie. Thank you all for joining me for all of this adventure and all this time. It's time for me to go. I had no idea it's this late. But thank you so much, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Now that I want to go, now you're coming. Bye-bye, my friends, and take care of your voice. Bye-bye.